What do I not want to hear? That's great. Do I have access to the other music yet? Achievement unlocked. How do I get other music? Where are the achievements? Nope, that's how to play. How do I unlock achievements? I have no idea. Alright. Eat your heart out. Sad 4-player East because no one plays 4-player South. Oh. Oh dear.
麻雀で私に勝てたら
You can win
ちょ
me
っ
over
ぴりサプライ
on the Mahjong table. Special, kind of special surprise. Could you possibly... How is this happening? How is Mahjong happening? Let's see. Oh no, they're all... What's funny is we won so... I think there's an internal matchmaking rating because we sure as... Oh dear. 1, 2... I have to think about this. If 1, 2... We have a number of pairs. I don't want to open this. I really don't want to open this. Am I opening this? Yeah, I'm opening it. Why not? I think someone's going to discard Green Dragon, so... There's a very outside chance that we end up in some kind of flusher situation. I mean, I already have a Han, so... What? Well, that's happening. Come on, Chimi. Let's go. Watching the Olympics, is this thing Kipchoge? He is currently 49 seconds in front of second place, so let's get rid of this bad weight. I don't like having 3 pairs, but if something crazy happens here, we can actually... Well, I guess it's worth just as much Han, right? Whatever. We do have to hit this other dragon, though, in order for this to actually happen. Maybe I shouldn't have discarded a dragon. No, there's no point in keeping that. I'm pretty much just gambling on the fact that someone will give me what I'm looking for. One of these pairs has to go. One of these pairs. Uh-oh. Someone found their south. Let's see if these people are any good. Uh-oh. Wow, that dealing rate's really high. Their win rate's decent, though. Oh, dear. Yeah, this weight's terrible, so get rid of it. Is that being pawned? No. We'd lose our... We need something highball. Oh, beep. Oh, dear. Wow. Well, I mean, I was never beating that, so... What luck box? So, like, when I play Mahjong... See, I learned playing Chinese Mahjong. And I also don't play with, like, the bonus tiles, so... It really takes a lot of variance out of the game to remove the red 5s. And Chinese, I don't even think uses Dora tiles. They're sort of replaced by the seasons, and you generally don't get a lot of them. It's just sort of an impetus towards, well, if I have a bunch of bonuses, then I should probably actually try to win this hand. It's a bad weight, get rid of this. But there we had 2 or 3 Han, so... Or who worth 2 or 3 Han. Can't do much better than that, and that's sort of where I think this matchmaking system breaks down, or the way the points are paid out. There was a thing I was reading on the Reddit. Apparently a lot of people don't like Tenhao and the way that they score it, and basically this game copied the same rating system. Like there's a whole like esports and the whole esports community of Mahjong, and all the players are like, we think the way that you're doing this sucks. Um, a lot of people don't like Tenhao. They actually really like running tournaments. Yeah, on this client because it's actually apparently way better than. Oh dear, what are we doing here? This weight's pretty bad, huh? Here it is. But it's just like I don't understand why third. Like if literally, I think this is more of a novice level problem than this is.
Riichi です。
Don't wreck me. I know it's. I know I've telegraphed that I'm looking for cracks, but please don't wreck me. It's a really good weight though. What is it? A 1 and a? It's a 3 and a 6. How is it not a 1 too? Oh, because the 5 isn't in play then. Yogi's like, I don't know when to Riichi. The answer is if you don't know whether or not you should Riichi, the answer is you should Riichi because 45%. Let's just say like 50% of winning hands are Riichi. Thank you. Come on, give me a fat Dora. Let's go. No. It's called Riichi Mahjong for a reason. This person's mad. I have a feeling it's gonna. I mean, someone's holding cracks. That's what I call the red characters. There's a lot of different names. They're called Manzu or whatever. I have a hard time remembering the amount of dyslexia.
No.
There we go. Thank you. Mangan, let's go. Oh, it's actually Honeyman. Let's go. Get wrecked. See? Just take all their points. The answer is if you have no idea what you're doing, you if you have no idea what you're doing, just go ahead and I hope I changed the opacity on the chat, and clearly it's a little bit. I can change that to not do that because it's actually less obtrusive than I thought it was. But if that's really bad, we can fix that. I guess I keep my win because I don't think that one's gonna play. So let me put it this way: if your hand is worth 1,000 points, and it's never gonna be worth more than 4,000 points. Well, that's in case people are like actually chatting, though, right? What are we doing here? We're skipping that. We're really skipping that. I probably shouldn't have tossed it. I should have tossed south. It actually normally is that big. I made the font slightly larger, and I added a little opacity to it. But after this match, I can re-rig it to not. I don't think. I want to say the text is probably going to show up well enough that I don't need that. Get rid of this. I'm really holding on to the south way too long, but I have sick thoughts of dropping the red dragons, getting another south, and then holding this pair. Okay, we're not doing that anymore. 2, 3, 7, huh? Danger tile. But that's all I figured was going to happen. I'd rather get it out now, because I don't think we were, well, clearly we were never winning with it. Let's do it. Being a little bit loose on my discards here, but I think I have the luxury. I don't think they have a strong enough hand to be doing. See, we're not discarding that. This is basically, I picked this up, we're folding. That's basically fold central. I am amazed that wow. Well, off, we're no longer folding. Like, really, dude? Like, just slam that down, huh? Let me just slam north into Riichi north. Thank you. Have you discarded anything like that? What are your weights? Am I okay with 6? I'm gonna discard the 6. I don't think this person's playing that. I honestly think this person has a handful of bamboo. I'll check your chat in a second. They have a handful of bamboo, and what do we draw? Oh dear. Let's discard this. I'm worried about this. Is also a Dora tile now because this moron Konged it. We're in fold central.
ドン
There it is. Wow, this person's just gonna deal in everybody. Was that 6? Honeyman number 2. Let's go. They also did they have deal? Oh no, they took a stick. They took someone's stick or something. Wow. Oh, actually, it might be just the way that the depending on whether it was dealer or not. Let me see what you said. I see a bunch of players that I think it really bad. See a bunch of. I would dump things. I would dump things as soon as you can. Essentially, we're in East 3. I'm dealer. Pulling the 9 here and just going for inside stuff sounds okay. And I have
ポンで
a.
す
Let's do this. It's not. I'm not the happiest, but I'm just gonna open and put some pressure so that this person doesn't try more silly things. This is how I keep getting second, by the way, is because I'll get a really good. I'll get one fat hand, and then I'll try to hold on to it, and then just someone just deals in someone stupidly. Like those discards should not have been happening. Oh, they were actually Riichi in that case, though. I guess I'll give them a little bit there. This is being pawned, right?
ポンです
I'm unhappy with that, but I still have my pair. There's a chance that we just pawn everything. We do need to actually draw something substantive here. The opacity's actually not too bad. This Greek dragon's gone. Alright, now we got 2 pairs. The rest of this is junk though. Like this is like 3 away garbage. So we're a little bit, of course, we're a little bit open to someone pulling. Like if someone reaches right now, we're pretty much on the fold. Ooh, hello. Hey, you let me actually discard lag? Yeah. Now we're cooking. What's that's going? Kipchoge is now 1 minute and 17 seconds in front of everyone else in the marathon. I was eating and watching it. Wow, I really leaned back, and now you can't see me anymore.
ポン
Oh dear. On. Oh dear. I'm not really sure. This person's just trying to take my deal, I think. I think I got them off of anything important. Yeah, I guess this is happening. 7-8, let's go. This is the best hand I have. Sucks I can't go Riichi, but keeping my deal and getting in front of this guy is probably useful. Come on, deal me in. Let's go. Nope. Close. Close.
ポン
Uh-oh. I have a feeling these 2 people are nowhere close to anything. Could be wrong, though. The only thing you can do everything to is the player on your left. The times that you can't cheat the player on your left is if someone decides to
ツノ
palm it. Yeah, I can't do anything when people have garbage like that. It's garbage, man. He's the trash man. He throws trash all over the ring. Yeah, at any time you have pawn, it supersedes. Wait, this person's a moron. I don't want to see their emotes. Well, we have a north situation, and the north situation I think we would need like a 2-han 20 fu hand. Probably actually probably about 40 fu. 2-han 40 fu probably gets us enough to take over the lead. That's probably wrong. It's probably 3-han. Let's see, 16. It really depends whether we're dealt in or not. This one is terrible. Oh no! It's my protege. Screw that! I don't want that. No, we're not. We're playing Mahjong. There's no soul in this. I also don't want people sniping me. I know we're oh no, we're pawning this, aren't we? Oh god. That's so sad. But we do have at least 2-han in this hand, so we actually have 2-han and 30 at least 30 fu, so please don't snipe. You can actually watch people in the client, but it's on some type of delay. So how good is this guy that's winning? Oh, they're on a win streak. They must be a bot account. Oh, what? 14% win rate? What are you doing with your life? That's a Dora tile. We'll stay towards the Dora. Because now we have a 3. This hand. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's so great, Viva. That's not happening because that makes an unwatchable stream. Actually, unwatchable stream. It's 8. I honestly would not care. If people care that much to cheat, then I will stop playing in those rooms. But that's a long ways away of me caring. I don't even understand how you would police that, to be honest. It's kind of your own damn fault, right? You're streaming it, so if people snipe, they snipe. Oh, this is danger tile. This is a real danger tile. Let's play this tile. I'm actually surprised someone has to have a Riichi, not a Riichi, I mean, their gacha game, do they think they really care? Where people are actually tanking to get more copper. You got to teach Yogi the copper strats, man. He's looking for ways to get more coppers. I doubt they care. Well, when I say they care, I mean don't make it a problem. And again, that's why I probably we'll stream under Mahjong and not other things. I really don't want to discard this, but well, apparently the entry fee is so high in the silver rooms that you actually are losing. Like, you're always breaking even at best. It's really hard to actually not be breaking even. The 7 is pretty terrible now. Let's get rid of it. Well, Kipchoge won the marathon. So how did you get to 1.28 million? Oh no. Oh no. Well, oh no. I need another tile. Actually, that was a safe discard, so I'm dumb. I'm real dumb. I want 2 pairs, so how do we make 2 pairs happen? How scared am I of that tile? I'm gonna just discard this and try to figure. Wow, you lucky son of a bitch. Discards a 2, 4, and a 6. Damn. Well, I blew it. Sorry, I was talking about other things and just not thinking clearly. I should have just discarded the north, and I'm just like, well, let's go for more points. Oh my god. I'm so close to turning off all of the sounds because they're all terrible. The client is great. In fact, I don't want to hear their sounds anymore. But what if I get good sounds? Whatever. I don't care anymore. Let's try not screwing up that time. I should have just discarded north. I don't even know what I was doing. I probably gave them more multiple. I wasn't paying attention. That was just bad. I got the greed. The greed that I thought I was going to win before they did because they were bad. But that's how these bronze rooms go. Bronze and silver, everyone is just like actually everyone in that game was so something has happened, Dapper, where when I started playing, um I mean it's still 2K that's getting burned every game. Um so how do I explain this? Oh, I was gonna fix the overlay. Um when I started playing, and even when I was like at the same ranking that I am now, basically there seems to be a matchmaking value that's happening where every time I'm playing now, oh, these are novices again. So maybe it's just luck, but like, let's say the last 5 matches that I played, everyone was at least Adept 2 across the board. Now, they could also have sucked. I mean, I looked at their stats. They're pretty bad. But what's happened to me is my deal-in rate, oh my god. My deal-in rate has been absolutely leveled just because of the fact that it's just the Wild West here, and you just got to do what you can to win. This person's decent. Um, I don't know, Dapper. You play as much as Yogi did last night. He lost coppers. He's getting wrecked, man. Happy discarding this. Did I have all terminal? Well, that plan's over. We were never playing all terminals. It was unnecessary with a 3-Han hand already. Could actually be more yet. But we're so many away from actually... Come on. We're so many away from something actually happening. I understand that, Dapper, but a lot of games, the rating system is stupidly designed that all this stuff is fluff, and there's actually an ELO, well, a pseudo ELO we'll call it, because ELO is never actually implemented in any of these games. And so that okay, so um, where was it? So I just didn't know if there's actually an internal matchmaking number, and that's being used instead of the actual skill level, just as long as you qualify to play in that room. Because it definitely seems that now that I basically like win or second place every single match, they need to get these wins out of here. Do south first, maybe. Maybe someone will dump east. I don't know. I mean, eventually it'll become apparent. Like if I keep winning and all of a sudden we continue to face people that are, it just could be who's on. There's only like 400 people here, so if it takes 30 seconds or less to find a match, and there's a grand total of 15 people in the queue, it probably doesn't care that much, as long as it qualifies. And I'm going to guess that just like League and stuff, the vast majority of players are in silver. I shouldn't have discarded that. We would have won harder in that last one. We would have lost coppers. Well, we wouldn't have lost coppers. I keep telling Beeb I'll fix this thing. Where's the chat box? Can we make this less opaque? What if we did this? Make it not this. Make it not this. Hopefully that fixed it. Yeah, sure. Yogi is playing 8 hours of Mahjong right now, and I needed my fix, so here we are. The last day of the Olympics. Yeah, I guess. I guess this is happening, sure. That was my pair. I'm well aware of that. Well aware of that. I'm hoping we draw some other pair. Well, now we have 40 Han. No, we don't. We have 8, 2, 4, 10. Depends how we go out. We'll have 40 Han or not. Sorry, 40 foo, 40 foo. I'm thinking about. I'm trying to focus on the game and not screwing this up. Someone has a chi in this, or well, they must have a chi. No, they might have two of them, I guess. Might be their pair. Yeah. 40 Han would be incredible. You missed it last night. Yo, I had a hand where someone on my table was donated 32K. This is a pretty hot hand, yeah. Oh boy. I really can't. I need to hit one of these other dudes. That sucks, but we're doing it. I don't think I need as many of those. Wow! Oh no. Okay, you've discarded that. Take it, that was 2 Han. What do you mean? Oh yeah, double east. That's true. I could just take this one though. What's the 3 and 6 situation? That's so telegraphing though to take it. I can't take this. How many points is this? It's enough points for me to take it. I hate this, but we're doing it. I'm assuming this person has a ready hand at this point, or so damn well near it. Like, this is legitimately scary. Well, this has been passed, so we're gonna pass this. I'm assuming from about here, they've been ineffectively Riichi. But this is that was enough points. Like, that was what, 4 to 5,000 points. Okay, now they have a, well, yeah, they're ready. So it's clear what they're doing. It's very clear what they're doing. We can chi this and get out of this situation. I don't think this is being discarded, but oh dear. What a strange game this is. I'm not I can't fold from here. So this is a situation where you don't fold because there's too many points that I can potentially gain to make it worth. I mean, besides the fact that I don't have anything in hand. Mr. Yogi, you saw the rare me dealing someone in. I don't think so. Have you seen a 6? That was a 6. The 6 would have came on the last one. Oh dear. Sure. I also got to keep my deal. Spicy meatball, you say?
Riichi desu.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think I had the pair, though, at the time, did I? I don't know. I didn't like the number of those that were left. I think that was like the second to last one or something. Like, there weren't many outs either way. So it's like Tanuki. I don't know what Tanki means. Tanki. I should probably hit the auto button while this is the trick, Yogi, is you have to sit back in a dark room and sip your coffee while you're in Riichi. Everybody else gets to play. You get to just take a happy little break. Next time, that isn't always true. You got to read the book, Yogi. There's only one book. There's no book 2. I mean, In this particular case, I don't think there was anything you could read into it. You could make that assumption, sure. But I discarded a West and a Terminal. Oh. Oh, that hurts. Well, I mean, it's on a sieve of things that are dangerous. Like, that's certainly not the first thing I'm doing, unless I like if it was the. What is happening? Oh my God! It's double Dora. Are there any? There's no fours in play. Oh goodness. At least I don't have to discard. But I mean, look at circles right now. They're going pretty cheap. Well, there you go. Thanks for the free pawn. Is it by? How many is that? My God, I mean. Is it 4? Yeah, it's 4. And 40 foo. Let's go. Was that the person I said was the best at the? Oh, we gotta. We're still on deal. Well, that's pretty. Oh, this person has a higher luck stat than Yogi. I better watch out. Oh goodness, look at that deal, and this is not good. 5%. Is this Dora? No. Yeah, this can go. I think we need to find another. We have to hit one of these weird things, and there's a really. I don't think this tile's long for this world, but there's a very strange realm where 1 and a 3 drop here. There's another world where we just pawn that right now and dump the Dora tile. Make it look like we're not playing bamboo. That's not enough points, I don't care. This tile is... The only reason we're keeping that tile... This tile is currently being kept because if we hit the 2, a 5, and an 8, we have a lot of points. And now this 4 makes this 2, like, playable. Is that a 9? We have 2 pairs, I like that. We also have 600 bonus points just floating in the wind. I guess this is going away too. It's always nice when someone pawns your stuff, because I don't think average players remember that this was someone's discard. Oh, that's spicy. All right, let's drop the 2. So now, if you know, I'd make the assumption I have a bunch of bamboo in hand. Be awful hard. Maybe I should have. Well, I'm not cheating any of this. What do I care? I don't care. Someone's pawning this. Why? Why would anyone pawn this? Someone's doing something with this. Really? Okay. Oh, buy 4. Are we 1 away from the straight? No, we're 2 away. Deal me in, let's go. That's not dealing me in. This 1 is probably not hanging around too much longer. Yogi Dapper's trying to tell me that coppers are still free. And I told Dapper, you better give Yogi some strats where they have to play at the hideaway for nickel Mahjong. You have to have Cliff as your chaperone to make sure you don't lose all of the team's money. This is a dangerous discard. We're gonna wait on that. Apparently that was a discard. So someone's holding the 2s. Or at least enough 2s. There we go. Okay, we gotta figure out what they're doing. Kind of talking more than paying attention. Okay. Are we folding? Well, there goes the 2. We can't open, so... Oh God. Okay. I don't like any of these options. I'm going to continue discarding that stuff away. Two? Maybe they do have a lot of bamboo. I don't know. I'm mad. Let's just do this. Riichi? Oh. So they discarded the terminals. I can only assume they have something very inside. Man. Well, it already went around, so. I'm less concerned about the bamboo situation with them. I'm really concerned about this. I don't want to deal them in. Play the 7. Certainly don't want to deal them in for an additional Han. So we're playing like half defensively, all offensively here. But we're so far away from winning that I don't think yeah, I'd say East is dangerous. I really don't have him on East. Really don't. But we're basically folding at this point. There's not enough points in this hand for me to care. I'm certainly not inviting myself to have to discard more. I just gotta find. Wow. Well, naturally, that just solved the gas crisis. Oh dear. No. Nope. 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 Yeah, the points matter. So the copper, there it is. What was it? It was West! What? What else were they waiting on? Let's see. West and the 5 of bamboo. Okay. Well, that kind of explains why we were missing basically the end of the key parts of this run for us. Oh well. Well, my 3-hand deal ends. I don't know what champagne is. I know it's incredibly easy for I have trouble remembering any of the names. Let's just discard this. Oh, bro. Everything stopped. They had 2 pairs. Yeah. Yep. What's Sha? Yep. Shun pawn wait. I just consider it effectively an edge weight, or not edge weight. The one on each side weight. Sha. Did you know that these are the Chinese characters? These numbers. Alright, goodbye, East. It was nice knowing you. So, in order to, like, have a reasonable hand, we're just gonna dump all the honor tiles now. Good luck, I will never remember that. Nan Sha Pai. It's all... Oh. Oh. That is tempting, actually. But we're not doing it. When I say tempting, like, tempting is like I'm watching the cash register just blow money out the window. It's like a fast food place. And instead of you making money off the customers, you're just by opening your hand, you're opening the window, and there's a strong breeze at your Blockbuster Video, and all of your coppers, and your cash machine was left open, and there's just coppers flying out the window. That's what happens when you open your hand. South it's a pair though, but this pair sucks, so we're getting rid of it. Maybe I should have kept it. Actually, we actually had a lot of pairs. I had miscounted. I thought we had 3 pairs. We actually had 5 pairs. But 5 is about as bad as so it's okay, Dapper. Was I now? I mean, I'd have to. I guess I only needed 1 more. You're right. I thought I only had. I thought I had less pairs. Well, time to fold. I might stay. Oh, how far away are we? We're really far away. Even though it's a 3 on hand, at least. 3 on hand's like 4,000 points. So we'll see what develops, but we're right on the cusp of folding here. Of course, if I just keep drawing dead tiles and don't have to do anything, that's something. So well, it doesn't really help because it's Riichi, and the only bamboo they discarded was a 9. That doesn't help either. I don't think you need this 9. I don't know what pin is. Well, the 6 is good now. Pin, that's bamboo. Or is it circles? Circles. Long time ago. Fours. Yep, thank you. Honestly tempting. Yeah, let's take it. I think we're at the stage of the game that finding Riichi here. Not Riichi, the Senpai. This West sort of scares me, even though it's basically worthless. But we already saw them wait on a joke pair before. I'm dumping these 2s. Oh, someone has run. Oh, game just lagging. My tile's dead, so the 4s are gone, so that tile's pretty. That 2 is pretty much just dead. Pretty much. If we can get 10 pi, we'll take it. If it's safe, this 2 is safe, so actually help. Somebody pass that. One, that's it. What are they looking for?
点だわ。
4 and a 7. Decent. That was some amount of monies. Sucks they're still on deal, but you don't draw anything. Well, that's just how it goes. They've either disconnected or don't know what to do, or I've disconnected. What are we playing here? I'll just start dumping the honor tiles. There's some opportunity here, but we gotta fill in some gaps. Yeah, I guess you do lose your reach stick. You lose your 1,000 when it goes to 10-5. Although they got paid out as dealer, they got paid out a bazillion points. Let's just get all the red 5s. Let's go. Let's go. Dump in the east. This is a decent hand. The bamboo situation filling in would really help things. Nope, not opening that account. This 2 is in no man's land. So I checked out the Mahjong Soul stream category, and it reminds me of those casinos. Like if you watch those online casinos, they can they do this thing where what do you call it? So like you can be playing like Pai Gow poker or a baccarat or yeah, baccarat, and like so like for whatever reason they'll have like Asian news or something like like they'll have basically a television at the table with a sport game on or news or whatever, and I'm like, is this really what happens? Is this what how people gamble? Is they need to watch the news while gambling? You really need to. I'm very serious. Like and it's particularly kind of the more Eastern Asia specific stuff. And I don't know if it's just because those games are a little bit more like I don't know if it's catering to the audience or if it's hello lag. If it's just catering to like that's what the I don't like this keep by the way. I really don't like this. Not a fan. I should have discarded the 3 and kept this as a pair. Because I kind of have this problem that these sets of pairs are all no good. Yeah, I mean Baccarat, you're basically looking at the pattern. Like it's just like I think like back in the day, did these people like did you read the paper? Did you sit there and read the paper while betting your house? It is a Dora, but it's already been discarded. Biba, did you know Yogi even made a command? There's a free Riichi book. There's only one book. There initially was going to be 2 books, but he made it very clear that there's only one book. I'm actually surprised that Dora wasn't. You read all 300 pages? Oh dear. I need to get to work. Book only for Europeans? That's not true. The guy's apparently good at what he does. What's funny is like there's a lot of people I know throughout the years. Like there'd be like this random group of people like playing mahjong together at as a game thing or whatever. I don't want to reach you this. This card's probably safe though. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Wow! What a shitty hand! I don't care that I don't... See, this is like my deal-in rate has become much higher dealing with these people, but it's like, that hand was worth 6,000 points. I was willing to become ready for well, it was 1 away. But I figure at this level, for 6,000 points versus a hand that's garbage, I don't really care what my deal-in rate is when I need to win hands. Like, we went from 10% deal-in rate to 14% deal-in rate. But we started seeing our win rate drop significantly. Like, we dropped like 4% win rate on hands by playing too defensively in these games. So, you know, that's a teaser. Wow, you went quick. No, I was working through all the examples. I mean, it's pretty similar to like what a bridge book would be telling you to do. I'm not sure I agree with this. The Sanju. The we pawn this. We pawn this. Oh, it's really tempting. There's a pretty big hand in here potentially. Of course, everyone's gonna know what I'm doing if I just skip it. Skip it. I already have a pair here. I already have two things here, so we don't need to be doing that. But just seeing how cheap bamboo is from this guy. Oh well. Okay. Just okay. We are. But I need to understand, or did know. Oh, Biba just knows everything. Biba knows it all. Oh God. That's fine with me. I don't mind dealing in that. Who cares? Nope. I don't care. You didn't get Ron off of me. It doesn't matter. This 5 though. This 5 is a problem. No. Oh boy. Well, bye 5. Really? I think there's a lot of particular things to be considering in that book that I don't think you just learn by playing. But yeah. Okay. Okay. Am I happy with the number of pairs that I have? Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. That two's got to go, unfortunately. I pretty much telegraphed that we're looking for bamboo. I mean, for dots. Pretty much accurately telegraphed that. Let's get rid of the 7. You see all these high numbers in here that 7 is probably... It's also not helping us anyways. Is there any of this I can be getting rid of? Oh, they're just going for the points. Man. You might have more Han. Oh boy. Oh, perfect. I'm looking at this going like, oh no, I'm going to have to discard one of these. No, that's another one. So we got this, we got this, we got the pair. We need to find something in the... oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, this goes. I don't know what to do with this right now. I'd like to see more discards. Notice that this person who's kind of building stuff hasn't discarded anything. That's a ready hand. No, it's not. I keep thinking that opening is like okay, and it's not. There we go. I'm so annoyed that I had to do that. I know there's only one tile, but I'm not really sure what else. I don't know how we were improving this hand. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's about what I think is going to happen. Lost the stick, though. Whatever. They're just fighting over scraps. We just need to win this last hand. And it's still 2 Han away, unless we deal them in. They're not deal, right? Yeah, they're not deal. Sometimes it's just not possible to win the hand, no matter what you do. This terminal can go away. We're opening if we get the other dragon. I don't care. Wow, it's hot. I love it. Yeah, I have a pair. Let's go. Hey, Dan, how's it going? Yeah, this is a 4 Han hand at least, so 4 Han and at least 30 Fu. Could be. Can we still get 40 Fu here? No. No Riichi. I'm gonna change my weight. Just for those that are watching the discards. this potentially makes our weight better, so I don't want to have to discard that because this is too. No, actually, it's not worth it.
ロン
Wow, dealt them in. Did I really just get wrecked? Wow. Oh no, they run. I run it. Nice, nice. We win. I'm like, why? I don't know why I thought the graphic went that way, but it did. We're good. We're good. I got fed up. You got, what is it? You got chomboed. You got chomboed enough times that you lost all of your Kong bucks because you don't know how to count. I love that the guide, there was the wiki article on how to count in this game is so poorly explained, and like one of the suggestions is if you're new to Mahjong, don't count the points, just have someone who knows how to play count the points for you. just have someone else count the points. All right, we're back in the saddle. We're winning. I thought I got hammered in the last one. But we're good. We're good. That's the strat. I'm gonna close some of these tabs. These tabs are lagging my computer out. Right. Yes. Yep. I'm surprised there isn't a scoring calculator. Uh-oh, did my camera? Oh no, I'm still here. TV went dark, and it's getting darker outside. I have a new light. Unfortunately, the light would probably kill me with how bright. Wow, we actually have a really good hand, and I should be paying attention to the actual game. Wow, this is a really good hand. Wow, that's... What are we? Well, we're kind of 2 away. We just gotta figure out this garbage. But this is shaping up to be something. Wow, okay. Alright. What is sand? I guess let's dump this. We haven't this anybody who has this avatar has been very good. Oh, look, they're an adept. They're better than Yogi. What is this hand? I better start counting pairs. So we've got a lone 8 left. The lone 8 can get used by the 7. This is when we need to do stuff like this. Yeah. No. No, get out of here. Oh, it's about AK. Double Yakuma. Well, at least I'm not giving much away in my discards because I'm literally discarding the same garbage. Well, I guess this 5 is actually really telling. But what am I supposed to do with a hand like this? There's some actual very large potential in this hand. Should we draw any more of these, we can actually dunk this. 7, 8, 6, 7, 8. Like if we draw anything in the middle, this starts to go off the rails rather quickly. There it is.
Riichi です
This actually lets us hit the bamboo, the dots terminal. Sorry, dot circles. This is actually pretty good. There it is.
ロン
I wish we could have gotten rid of this and gone for the full flush, but I'm not turning down this. To go from 4,000 to slightly more points is just not... But when I say slightly more, it's a lot. It's just... We're not, we got the pot. So look at they're mad. They're so mad. Oh, we need to auto-organize our hand. Get rid of North. They are now spamming emotes. They're one. Oh, they're a ringer. Look at this. Yeah, I'm an Adeptar right now. This is. I made a new account. Baimon. I made a new account to play on this because I ran out of coppers. That's what that is. You gotta remember the name of the game is Riichi Japanese Mahjong, Yogi. 45% of hands at the top level are won via Riichi. This person's so mad. I love it. I'm just for your entertainment, I'm gonna allow them to have. See, like, look at I was just telling Dapper, how come now when I play a match, okay, this one's a novice. They didn't deal me in though. Okay, this person's new, but they probably played in all of 3 matches. Oh, I can't open that. What is that emote? That emote is TOS. That's what that was. WTOS was that emote. That's a new one. Maybe I should leave on the dumb noises and all the dumb emotes. This is the most I've ever laughed at stupid emotes in games. Well, I guess no one wants these, so they can have that. How are we doing on this situation? Oh, we're 1 away, so I'm cool with that. I like being 1 away. I like that everyone knows the only thing I've not discarded is bamboo. But this person's also in bamboo, so I'm not really sure I was ever getting it. That's a fat discard. Yeah, I feel better about the 3 than I do the others. Wow. Opening that account. I always feel so much better. Like, if I just see junk cheese that are being opened, like, you gotta have something good under the hood to actually scare me. Like, like, once I see someone open, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do things. Let's go. Come on, go again. Now, we get a little bit concerned that they could have a flush thing going on, but we really... Oh, no, I screwed up. I discarded the wrong thing. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Well, we have to pawn it, and it's fine. I messed up. I, for some reason, thought it... Well, I could just cheat it. Now we can't cheat it. Let's just discard this. All pawns? No. I messed that up, just literally clicking the wrong tile. Well, it's 2 now. Yeah, it's 2 now. Or leads in threat here. Hopefully we don't see, like, the tile that I needed to win. Because I meant to just discard the 5 to just have the better 5. Well, I don't think anyone cares about characters. Wow. This is a 1 Yaku hand over here. Yeah, sure. We've actually improved here. Like, I think I would have kept this. Okay, that passed, so... Somebody has characters and isn't trying to go out on them yet. Probably this guy. They probably have a meld, 3, 4, 5. What is happening with the lag? That's like the game client or my browser, so we might end up doing a browser refresh. I really can't open here. I might need those tiles to get out of this hand. Riichi. Is Riichi worth opening? Maybe Riichi. No, I can't open because I still have these other dumb pairs. Pass it again. I think the fact that bamboo all of a sudden became incredibly expensive. The Mahjong... What's the Mahjong Plus client? It has never lagged for me like this. Did we all just get sumoed? That's stupid. And this kind of garbage, I can't really do anything. We never would have won if I kept the correct tile anyways, so I don't feel bad. It's our deal. We should hopefully try to win this hand. This sucks that this door is up here. Is that some type of Android thing? I really like that I don't have to install anything. I don't know, link me. It didn't tell me any of that. It said like Android. I'm like, I don't have no Android version. This is pretty good here. This 9 is a bit floating in space. But I think this 9 was more floating in space than this one was. Discarded one. Interesting. I cannot cheat this. That's better than the 9. Not really happy about what I'm holding here. But I don't think this 9 is ever going to be good. The pair's better. Great. Kind of a bad hand. There's not a whole lot. Like, I'm holding 4 pairs, which I guess is cool. Like, this is no good. 3s are gone, so this 1 can go. This person might pawn this. No, they won't. They just look at all this other garbage they've discarded. Okay, okay. Did we just go to 7 pairs at this point? What pairs are actually left? This is bamboo. This is Sanju, sort of. I'm gonna discard that. Wow. It's a fold. We're in big trouble here. We just discarded our only, yeah, I'm not really interested in opening. We'll discard the 6. We got once around with the Riichi, so at least we're not losing our shirt. I'm just gonna go for pairs, I guess. I'm not really sure what we're doing here. We kind of just want to... I'm trying to avoid going to the cleaners on this one. That's pretty much what I'm looking for. There it is. Red 5s. Red 5s? I'm not sure what you mean. Besides, they're literally a normal tile, besides the fact that when you count up your points at the end of the hand, they count as 1 Han, but they do not count as a Yaku. They do not make a qualifying hand. I mean, you're telling me there's a chance. Do we open? No, we don't open. Okay, this is a promising... What if you get... I'm not sure what the question is, then. This 8 is floating in space, this 9 is floating in space. 9. No, you can't, like, take all 5. You can't take the red... The reds... No, that's not how that works. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Speaking of... Yeah, let's do it. I suppose we should have gotten rid of the 8, to be honest. I don't like what I did there. That was setting up for the players watching my discards. Exactly. They're worth 1 Han, and they are not a Yaku. How's that for a Riichi? Watch, someone goes around and I lose. That's what my luck in bronze. Uh-oh. Well, time to drink some coffee and see what happens. I'm a little bit surprised that that person ponged the...
ロン
I have no idea what predict the future means, but give me some points. Not a lot of points. I can only do what I could have done there. I can't be unhappy with that. Oh, we got our daily quest. We're avoiding the yogi sadness. Time to play Riichi Mahjong. Go to the bathroom. I'm gonna sit up. Oh, I said I was gonna well, I can close down more stuff actually before I get too crazy. We closed the tab of a lot of things. Well, I guess the matchmaking is just weird. Well, who knows? This is basically a more or less brand new account. Yeah. Wow. Who else we got here? Hmm. On everything. Oh boy, watch out! Look at this person. Oh, their dealing rate is pretty high though. That's not this person.
リーチです
Uh-oh. That was quick. We dunked a bunch of characters, and then we dunked a bamboo. We are so far from anything that I'm just gonna fold. We're nowhere, right? Yeah, we're absolutely nowhere. This is only getting more dangerous as we go now. This person has forced. That sucker's worth 8 foo by its own. It's always nice when you fold and someone discards your pawn. That means you can discard the next 2 tiles. Not have a problem. Does it look like I folded?
チ
Yeah, it did. This bronze is like, I mean, I'm just ducking and dodging all of the bullets as they fly overhead. This passed, so we're gonna get rid of this. It's actually a slight improvement. What is Nagashi? I don't know what that is.
ロン
There it is. It was the 6 of dots. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Well, that's why we folded. Oh, you're not wrong. We actually accomplished that up until that point. I don't think we were getting through the hand though. Not with what that person had. They got a really nice starting hand. At least I can only assume so. Oh my goodness. This is how second place all the time happens in these particular rooms. I was actually really more enjoying playing the full game in the tournament lobby, and the average skill the people you were playing with seemed, just from what I'm understanding of the ranked room, seeing Yogi and what I'm getting, like what Yogi is and whatever these new players are, whether they have experience or not. Um, it's I actually have to pay attention to like imagine like you're playing at a poker table. You're only going to play like four four hands of poker. What can I learn in hand one about these people's behavior and what they do, and make assumptions about that, as opposed to playing the full 8 rounds, where I can learn a lot more. Also, hopefully, develop a little bit of a score lead and be able to um, play to the score a little bit more than just how many points can you make in some monster hand. I guess we're dumping that 5. Because we kind of have something going on here. I want to dump these. These are being dumped like right now. If someone takes them, they take them. I don't care. I don't think anyone is running it, so they kept something and discarded that instead. I guess we're discarding those. It gives us more pairs than I want. Yeah, a little bit. I think it's just that everybody playing this low in ranked is just bad, and they're all bad for different reasons. So, in particular, this game is ridiculously, like, these two people are the only two people that really, as far as the points are concerned, the only two people that actually played. Everybody else is just kind of sitting here watching. So if you're not taking a ton of points from someone, um, like, how are you ever in a handful of hands actually catching up to that? Like, I'll get to my East deal. What if I just get nothing, and then that's just the deal, and that's it. I think 3P is terrible. I don't even know why people would play that. That's like playing 3-hand bridge. The only reason you play 3-hand bridge is because you only had 3 people. Not even a format to me. Did we cheat this? No. We're never cheating it anyways. Oh, that was it. Yeah, a lot of people play that apparently too. Okay, is there a strategy here where we just go for all pawns? No. This is a decent enough weight. This one goes, and then anything in bamboo plays. We're never winning. We were definitely never winning. Okay. Now we're actively losing. I think it would honestly help if they just changed the point structure. The point structure really punishes the two people in the middle if you just end up 200 points less than the other guy, right? Oh, see, I like the opposite. Like I want a low variance game, but I come from things like Magic the Gathering, and the higher variance gameplay does not make a good format. That's what's been going on in Magic. So the standard game of Mahjong, and typically most of the variants I've played, like I like that. Just like in Bridge, like there's a sort of a standard of what to expect, but like anyone could just have a monster hand off the top too. Oh dear, that's a big hand. 4 for 4. Oh man, dumping that. All pawns. In theory, I could do whatever after taking this. I'm gonna take this. I think someone's gonna deal me the East, so I'm not sure I agree with this, but That's what happened. That's what I decided to do. See what happens. We've now discarded a run and a pair. East is also worth double. Yeah, no, we needed to do this. I'm sorry. This absolutely was the right call. These are current. This is a meld of this. I mean, just them having this alone is currently two Han. The meld is 3 Han. So yes, we needed to open. Uh-oh. That's good. This is a hit. Yep. I was going to say, no one's discarded one yet. And this person's going for, like, pawns. I mean, if someone gets a meld, then what are you supposed to do? Like, as long as they don't ron you on it, like, you being ronned on it could be 13,000 points. If they pong it, it's worth potentially a few thousand points if they actually win, and that's not all coming out of your wallet. Uh-huh. I'm gonna do this. How crazy is this 6? This 6 is terrible. 6 has got to go. I'm hoping that these early bamboo, it always looks like bamboo to me. It's like the top of bamboo. As long as you're not going to lose on it, Yogi. That's the whole thing. Like, if I drew this 1 East Han, I would have kept it. And I would have waited to see what happened. Okay, what would happen if I actually discard this? What am I afraid of? Okay, not the 2. Oh, wow. Maybe I was supposed to be afraid of the 2. I guess they... Well... Love you right back. Unfortunately, that's a no Yaku situation. So we have to find something else. There's only 20 tiles left, though. Someone's ending this, and sure, it might be expensive, but it also might not be very expensive. Oh, dear. Oh, I should have kept that. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Oh, no. I'm not dumb at all. I can't go out on that. This has to get pawn in order for me to go out on it. Eh. It's a big enough hand that if we hit the east, but now it's very much becoming easy to actually hit it. And with people going for garbage like this, I mean, was it much of a risk to play for an 8,000 point hand? 6,000 to 8,000 points when I'm just gonna pay out 1,000 if I lose? Could have gone out on... No, I could not have. Did I have all pawns? I thought maybe I had all pawns. You may be correct there. Looking at the game situation here. I'm gonna pass this for now. I don't know what Toy Toy is. Is Toy Toy all pawns? Pawns? All I remember is I had a flailing 9, so unless I had all 3s of a kinds, yeah. Yeah, I think it was because I was looking at it as a run, and I realized that we dumped... I don't know what I just did there. Gotta think more about the game, but I'd rather chat too, so it's not like I'm actually losing anything. We also get last deal. Maybe we can make something of that. This 2 is pretty wayward. I really would like to draw... If I draw another green dragon, it's kind of game on. This 5 might be dead weight. Green dragon I kind of want to have some level of hope for. Let's dump the 5. It's already very clear I'm not playing bamboo, so let's just make it really, really clear. If we drop it, we need to drop it now. Drop it. No one had any, so... Well, no one had 2. Like, these are tiles I don't want to be holding on to much longer just because of the risk of getting caught with them. Yeah, it's a bad way. Get rid of that tile. You already have this one's doing as much work as the 8 and the 9 were doing. 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs. We have no honor. We have no. We could just start ponging stuff.
Chi.
We get all pong somehow. Maybe that does something. That's a Han. Okay.
ポンです。
That doesn't actually. That gives some stuff away, but it doesn't give that much away. They don't know that hitting another 5 or something is actually pretty good too. And that lets me focus back more towards the dots. If this were a run, I think that gives away more. Like, oh look, free Han. I'll just take that as opposed to staying closed. It's beyond clear that I'm not playing Bamboo. Unless I had like some random triplet. This 2 is useless. 9 pairs, something. 9 pairs.
ポンです。
You mean 7 pairs? Only issue here is that's a no Yaku, so we can't do that. As much as I would have just loved to see, that was the penalty for taking this. The problem is there's like hand geometry problems that happen when you go for that. Oh, this person's just going. See, they're in shutdown mode. Some of these people are intelligent enough to know that, hey, I'm winning by a lot. I need to end the game. This is a pawn. I'm happy about that. But one of these has been discarded, so it's reasonably safe. Not in recent memory. What is happening? I just get a free Dora? I did. This is a bad discard, though. These are all bad discards. Whatever. I'm being greedy, but I have a 4-Han hand, so we're going to be greedy. Okay, give me another draw. Sounds great. No Yaku, because it's a 9. We have to hit another pawn, basically. But these pawns are bad because, like, for instance, this becomes a... This is already... Only the 5 hits. And no one's discarding that 5. I think this is more safe than the other tile. Because this 5's already gone. Wow. Like, how scared am I exactly? Like, this is probably a 1-Han hit. I'm holding, like, all the Dora and the 5s. All the other ones are in the discard pile. Like, I should just be going at this and seeing what happens. Alright, if the 8 made it, how about the 6? No. Oh, no. I wasn't paying attention. They had a flush. Oh, that sucks. You lucky son of a bitch. Oh, well. Bad players get lucky sometimes, because I'm paying attention to chat. I was just talking about that too, and I'm like, oh, they just got garbage, and then I realized what's happening. We had a big enough hand to be going for it, though, but I should not have been discarding that. But again, like, these people were making terrible decisions feeding into that as well. Well, unfortunately, Yogi, the only things that actually showed up that were worth playing were, you know... Is that 2 9s down? That sucks. Can I draw a 9? Can I draw a 9 so I know it's just open season? Oh boy. Yeah.
Riichi です。
Did I have a straight? I don't remember the hand anymore.
ポンです。
I mean, like, what is happening over here? Like, we need to get out of the dumpster, though. I haven't had a 4th place in, like, 20 rounds. However many rounds. Oh, that
No.
works. Pay me. Could have paid me more, but hopefully we got out of the dumpster at least. We got out of the dumpster. And we get another hand. We're actually very close to, like, if we win another hand, and then we don't win the hand, but they don't get above 30k, the game continues. So we're still on the road here to try to win quickly. What straight did I have? I didn't think I had sequential all the way through. This is a pretty hot hand. I already have. This is a very hot hand. This 7 and 9 is pretty bad. We open? No. What is a straight? Oh, just a run. Gotcha.
Chi.
What is this person doing? Oh, it's a 9 again. What are we cheating? So they must have honors. I mean, I don't have any, so I mean, I believe you. Okay. Goodbye 7. Still holding this pair. This pair is probably leaving this household. I can wait one more turn on it. So someone has action on this 8. It's too much of a delay.
ポンです。
So I'm assuming that both of these people have real hands, or at least real enough that I should be concerned about the money payout. Can't pawn that. Keep drawing pairs, but I don't have enough pairs to like go for pairs. Could also be a bazillion words. I don't know what any of, I only know like what one of those mean. Actually, I don't even know what any of those mean. We need to chi this right now.
Chi.
I don't think if we didn't open. No, I'm sorry, but those words just don't really bear any meaning to me. Like, I need to understand what the actual run is, and that's that. Some of them their translation is just meaningless. So
Chi.
I don't know. What am I doing here? Oh, I guess we're losing this one too. Look at all the look at all these. Wow, we could have just discarded honors and numbers. We would have ran out already.
Riichi.
Oh dear. How scared am I? I am scared. I'm very scared. So they recheat on the 7. Wow. Whatever they're doing, they feel they don't need to be folding. What a great 6. Thank you very much. If you haven't noticed, we're pretty much in fold mode, unfortunately. Well, we're certainly not drawing anything that's helping. But we're just kind of stuck missing tiles that I'm going to guess at this point someone has. There's a pawn situation here. I could probably play that. Now they've discarded a few more. They could be waiting on that 3 though. Oh boy. That 2 has gone down before. Pawn this. How scared? Well, they just played it. So yeah, let's go. We would have to draw a monster. We would have to draw
Bonus.
like a... We'd have to hit 2. It's just not happening. Probably just outright folding. That doesn't even matter. I never even got close. But just with all this happening, what am I supposed to do?
脳天だわ。
3 and an 8, huh? 3 and an 8. Back to the garbage bin. But there was just not a lot we could have done in that. Like, I shouldn't have dealt that one guy in, but I also had a hand that was worth enough to win, so... I thought you didn't lose points in Novice. Whatever. Give me a hot second here. We're gonna close some more stuff out. See if I can, fix the issue with... It's not gonna let me put that in there, huh? Anything else I need here? No. Get rid of that. Uh-oh. People are going to Yogi's chat for the hot links. The hot links. I have that. Dump this. Sure. Also this, sure. Why I was looking up that particular Yaku. Ready hand stuff. I don't need that anymore. The efficiency thing. That's a good one. Right, but I have that already. I'm just closing like a bazillion thousand tabs I have open.
Riichi 一発
Uh-oh.
なんてね。
Just kidding. Wow, that lag is very real. That's our first fourth in a while. Okay, I don't know what this lag is, but I don't like it. I don't know why it's lagging so badly. What is happening exactly right now? Performance. Okay, CPU, fine. Memory, fine. Graphics card, fine. All these things are fine. Is just Firefox just losing its mind collectively? Kind of, but it kind of should be fine. Each instance is okay. What if I put the Yaku in this particular browser? I know what might be happening actually. This could be a Twitch problem. It could be a this problem. We have here exactly. Let me see this really quick. Sorry, I'm just making sure any of these particular tabs are not doing anything stupid. Because they do like to do that. That's what I... I'm sorry for the quick delay. That can be a tab, that's cool. I don't know, I don't know why it's capturing so poorly.
麻雀で私に勝てたら
Stop, lady. Might have just been that I was closing a bunch of tabs at once. I'll take this opportunity to refill my water. Be right back. Alright, back in the queue. Wait, now the whole client
リーチ
is just
一
frozen.
発なんてね
Huh. What?
リーチ
Okay.
一発なん
Alright.
てね
I, unfortunately, am gonna have to just restart the whole thing. So 1 second here. Let's just make a tab that is Mahjong Soul. Oh, I already did that. Let's get this in here because someone told me to play on this client. Maybe we just use this client. Maybe it'll actually capture better. Oh, Yogi, this is... The internet told me this is how you farm things, and I don't even know what to do with that. Those are all words. The rest of this can now go away. Oh, I've almost closed enough browser tabs to see my desktop again. Let me just see what this install thing is really quick. Oh dear lord, it's a whole bunch of Japanese. Mahjong Soul Plus. What? Okay, how do I install this? Wiki. There's a wiki page that is also not in English. Let's see. How to install Mahjong Soul Plus client. Oh. Plus beta. Go to settings, change server in inbox to... Alright. Alright. Because Danzy Man was so nice to have found this for us. X64, save. I have no idea why. Please be a standalone client. Oh my god, is that a large program? Guess we gotta clean up the 1,000 Civ 6 saves. How can Mahjong... I guess there's images. Images alone would make this a large thing. Images should zip well, though. Let's see what this is. Mahjong Soul. Okay, what else do I need to install? Change server in input box 2 for English. Let's see what this did. Input box 2. Extensions, resource packs, tools, settings, proxy server address. There it is. Okay. Okay. A whole thing happened. Launch game with borderless window. Zoom scale. What is kiosk mode instead of the native full screen mode? If this goes full screen, I'm going to scream. Launch it, sure. Sure. Okay. Maybe we should have made it a movable window. How do you move things on Windows again? Nope. How to get move taskbar window. Shift right click. Doesn't have that option. Okay. Let's just close it and relaunch it before something bad happens. Yeah, I could move it. Okay, cool. So let's see what happens if I try to capture this. I have to log in, so 1 moment. Because I have to go to my email. Sorry for the delay. But Danzy Man wins the internet today with the desktop client, so you don't have to stream it out of the browser window. Let's see what happens. Verification failed. Can I not type? So verification doesn't work. Okay, we can close this. And I believe we are now at the point that I can actually restart my browser can be restarted if we get any more lag. Uh-oh, doesn't work. We gotta claim our freebies. This gotcha game. You can buy the fortune charm. No. Okay, you can get a little bit of music. No Riichi please. Okay. Capture the game, so that ain't gonna work. Oh, it did capture it. Cool. Something is happening.
Oh, you even get. 私まだ満足してないのに。もちろんさっきの麻雀のことよ。
That was our first fourth place in a long time. We don't get fourth. Like at all. You'll notice our dealing rate's actually coming back down a little bit. But when we were playing in the tournament room, our dealing rate was 8 to 10%. But I'm not sure what you're supposed to like. I'm pretty sure it's the right decision to be playing for an 8K hand when generally you're going to be dealing in someone who has a 1K hand. I think that math works. I wish there actually was a stat that said what your average deal, not the rate, but how many points you're dealing people in at. You could have held on. Yeah, no, I don't want that. We already have 2 green dragons. It's fully, I mean... I can actually make this window a lot larger so I can actually read stuff. Interesting. Oh, that's happening. And look at this. What is happening here? Got the Con East. I guess if I want to win, I need to win quickly. About to be run? I mean, I could only assume they can't be any more than 1 away right now, so I kind of just assume. I mean, honestly, I'm probably well. This isn't a lot of points. This is just some points. This is Dora, but. I mean, honestly, I could have held it. Oh boy. So at this point, we're probably folding. I'm assuming both of these players are 1 away. Dangerous is that tile. People can hear me right up here. That gets us rather close. I don't want to, but it does have a door in it. If I get around, I get around. I didn't check anybody else's ring. I don't even know if these calls are any good. Could be the pure yogi. This one's probably okay. Novice. They're about done with novice. Very slow hands. What's their dealing? Oh, their dealing rate's higher than their win rate. The first of an honor tile that's not... Whatever, I don't like it. I just don't think they're good enough to have that. Okay, these guys' dealing rates and win rates are pretty bad. What was their rank? Last level by novice. Okay, so now they're definitely ready hand. Do they have a 9 in there? No. 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, and those are 8s, so they can't have anything special. We're honestly not bad here, it's just that we're one away, and these two are not one away. Now we're one away. So the only person that is not one away, they could be one away too, we just don't know it. They're clearly thinking about... See, this is... Unless this hand is hot, this is not the play. It should just fold, because pretty much all of those... Well, I'm glad we didn't fold, because I think we just got a bunch of points. Yeah, see? Doesn't have that many points. But it does put us ahead in a 4-hand game. Oh, we got a reach stick too. I take that back. We got 3K. Oh no, I'm seeing the Yogi chat here. Overswarm doing the thing. This is a pretty fast hand here. Dump it. These tiles are gross. Terrible. I am West. Oh boy. That's a free Dora, but I lose this, so I can't take that. I'll take the Sumo instead. Not the Sumo, I'll take the Riichi instead. If I didn't have this meld, we absolutely would have done it. Oh, we hit the loop on the music. Just dump this. I wish I had something a little bit valueless in this suit, just to throw people off. But you'll notice that right now dots are extremely expensive. Well, when I say extremely, this guy certainly doesn't need them, so that might play into my favor, of course. But except for the edge tiles, none of the other ones have been discarded. While some of the other characters have been. Nobody's in characters. And maybe I should have kept some of these. Is this reach tile dangerous? Not dangerous enough. Not with double east. I got east. Oh no, I can't. No, sorry. It's the 4 and the 7. What I'm thinking. Was it Paimon? What do you got? Garbage? No, you have something good because you did the thing. See, it's like garbage like this. Like, there was absolutely nothing we could have done about that. Dealer got wrecked though. But the lead that we gained meant that we're still second. It's a good starting hand too. This is another good starting hand. Up the dragon tile first. This is actually a really coordinated hand. We have 4 pairs. Dump this one. This guy's like, I need to get out of last. Let me go for all simples. Let's go. I think this weight forms better than this. Oh my goodness. This has got to go now. Never doing anything with this. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? It's all pawns, all terminals. I'm not as scared of like losing points to that because it's not going to put me in the dumpster. The Doras are ones though. Got to be a little bit careful of that. They've only discard. Well, they started the game discarding a terminal. Are we opening on this? I get to keep another pair. No, I don't want that. The problem with taking that is it leaves us with 3 pairs, and the geometry of this shape is going to be bad. That's getting pawned though. That puts us in ready. Slick to understand the usefulness of wow. Maybe we should have been more scared. This being next to this, I figured we were safe. They've already discarded the 4. The 8s look better. Yeah, the 8s look better. I don't like this discard. Okay. I guess it's pretty close to that 4. It's just not many cracks have gone. That's bad. What am I dealing in if they have east? Whatever, let's see what happens. I just figured it'd be far-fetched to have... Not that you can't, but I just didn't think this person was waiting on that, because they've dished out a number of other honor tiles. Save tile. I gotta unlock some of the other music. Maybe I could just go. Why? What am I supposed to do against that? Well, we had a much better hand than that. They get to keep the deal. That'd have been a big hit if we actually hit that, though. That was a worthy hand. So, you know. Is this person, like, actually good? Let's see. I'm still on south, but they want to discard the handout. That's fine. Oh, they're a feast or famine player. Look at that. Fourth, first, fourth. In the middle. Wow, they bomb out a lot. Okay, I'm understanding what's happening here. This is how they're gonna find a way to lose a lot of points. If we play correctly, they should lose a lot of points. Or at least have a possibility to do so. This is scary. That's legitimately scary. Did we just dump our bamboos now? Maybe we dump our bamboos right now. Oh. Well, this tile's terrible now. I wish you had like a little calculator that just showed how many are left of each tile. That's kind of a computer thing, but just to make it easier. Just I don't want to have to make this thing really big or have to like. It just makes it go faster if you can see that. This isn't a bad hand. We got. Well, we'll get rid of the north just because I'm less scared of them. Well, that's the thing, Biba. I mean, as long as you're like, I've basically not played this entire match. I played Riichi once, and we've scored nothing. Do I open? Kitten bullied. I mean, if someone's going to take a bazillion points... Actually, I want a big hand. It's just that this person made and took money. They sumoed twice. There's just not much... There's not much you can do about that. And as long as you're... As long as, like, if you've done that tile efficiency thing, I mean, like, sure, you can make a mistake, but, like, we're not talking, like, you know, you're dumping 11,000% win rate out the door or something. As long as you're winning, like, at least a quarter of your hands, you're not dealing people in, like, 20+% of the time. I think it's just a lot of the mess that happens in these lower... This one's been passed, so we'll play that. This is a pretty good shape. Once this 4 goes, we're ready, so I'm less scared of what's going on here. I'm worried that this situation is I can never discard a bamboo. So it's possible if we draw a bamboo, we fold. That's how scary this situation is, because it's a 5-Han hand. Possibly more, but it's 5 Han's a lot of points, so we don't want to deal with that. Like this is basically a fold situation. I have to hope that this draws something else. Like, I don't need that 4 for anything, so we're gonna drop the 4 first. We have our pair. I mean, like, if we draw a 6, I'd rather discard that. There's still enough tiles left that we can still get in this. Like, if we hit Riichi, I'm taking the Riichi. Gain plus... There is a round feature, yeah. If 4th loses bad enough, that's possible. Oh boy. I'm very scared of this 5. I can't discard that 5. So we'll just make a second pair. If we have to pawn this, we pawn this maybe, but we're probably just discarding it. Oh, we can read it so fast. I have to count. Yeah, these are all danger tiles. Did this actually pass? This tile did pass. We're gonna discard this tile. My sense is, well, 5 just passed as well, so we actually can dump the 5 now too. See, this guy's doing all the hard work for us. Dumping all the good tiles. This person already dumped 2, so I'm really only worried about this person. This is junk. This could be anything, but I mean, if somebody has something that concealed, bleh. Can they even go out? Oh, it's all pawns. Okay, so that sort of changes what we're doing. It's all pawns. No, I don't think it's better. Are all the 9s gone? If all the 9s are gone, then yeah, I agree. If they're not, then are 2 gone? I think I see 2 gone. If they're all gone, oh no, it's fine. This is the pair. No, we're good. It's not my favorite weight, but I mean, we got a ready hand. There's 5 tiles left. Well, we needed the pair though. At the time, we didn't have the other pair. Ron, really? Oh, somebody has it. Yogi knows the game better than I do. Come on, last tile. Let's go. Give me it. Hit me. Oh, this door out there. Come on, hit me. Oh, that was close. Well, there was our problem. The 8 was the better decision because that was... Everybody else was looking for bamboo. Well, never mind. You might have been. No one discarded the other tile, though. Not that that's something you should read into, but... What a crazy hand. What if I conned that and actually hit the tile I needed? That's a terrible decision, though. That was the only way they were getting points out of that hand. Hi, West. Of course not. That's a Dora tile. I want to see where this goes. If I draw, like, if this is concealed, that's kind of nice. We're still in East 3, and I get deal next. Okay, this is going right now. Some people be saying, like, why did you discard that first? I don't know. I feel, well, now the two are gone, that goes. Really unlikely we get the pair. You'd have to be waiting for it later. Yeah, East just gotta go. This 3 is pretty awful though too. Only reason this pair is staying is just because. Wow. But I'm north? What is happening? This pair is terrible, so we're gonna get rid of it now. Too many other pairs. Got a door out of this somehow. Oh, because they conned the thing. Like, this isn't red. Oh dear. Well, I don't know. It's just if I can find a concealed, like if I manage to draw another East, we just keep it. I don't know. We could have kept any of them, I guess. This 3 is useless. So we have this 9 that's kind of weighing us down. I guess we could have kept the 3 in the sense that we get the 4, but good. That geometry sucks. Got 2 pairs. This doesn't help. How many runs do we have? Well, this is not valueless, so that's not painful. Tile. Already down to 28 tiles to go. This is Riichi tile on the bamboo. 4 of bamboo. This is they cheat that. Very concerned, Broge. Might be leaving this hand as well. They've literally discarded just the 1 dot. So they're either looking for cracks or they're looking for they could be looking for characters. That 5 is really, really bad. Trying to stay in this hand if I can. Because this person could take second. This could be a pretty big hand though. Well, that went around. So let's go. Well, I guess that was safe. Did we reach him? It's possible. I mean, someone. Uh-oh. Wow, okay. What are they looking for? Exhausted hands. Dealer. See what the dealer has. Wow. Well, I wasn't wrong. They were looking for cracks. Door in there. So we basically had the same hand. This poor sucker. So I'm on the deal, and I'm holding second here. And we're basically... Oh, no, he stays dealer. You get 10 pie. I thought it was just us. It wasn't just us two. I realized that, but... Just thinking quickly. That's what they're called. They're characters. I have no idea where that term popular is from. This is what the Chinese Mahjong calls it. It's character. It's hard when you're like trying to think and then you just, it's whatever rolls off your tongue. It's usually like, lately with all the stuff I've been reading, it's just whatever the hell I've been reading, but there's so many words. It's called cracks and jennies. Loosely meaning the characters represent the numbers that they are. What's funny is if I could actually read the numbers. Yeah, I assume once I get used, it's just a matter of getting used to it. Holy Jesus. Well, that tile can go. It's not European only. I don't know. I don't understand the European only comment that's in the book. It's just like, it's like, this is for Europeans who play Mahjong, and I'm like, that's incredibly specific. Oh no. Do we have a save tile? Like, we are so far away. You know what? No, I'm not doing that. Well, I'm going to assume you don't have West. If you have West, I give up. Oh my god. There's no book 2. They've discarded enough bamboo that I think we're okay. What the hell are they looking for? So they dumped all their honors. And then haven't... I think I'm holding all the stuff that they need. I think this hand's gonna go downhill in a hurry. That's a big problem, because these guys are all cut off now. Like, this 6 is now very bad. Yeah, this is pretty much fold unless some miracle happens. They can keep calling each other, I don't care. That's a little bit too low for my tastes. I'm folding. Just out of here. Like, we're close, but we're still like 3... I'm not even counting. We're like 3 or 4 tiles away. I'm not even. I don't think we're ever getting there, so I'm just folding. Nope. They're probably like, what? What is happening right now? I think anything in characters is dangerous. Keep drawing honors. Keep drawing all the dead tiles. How many more times you gotta go? We go 7 more times around? I think I can manage that. 6 more times around? I think I can manage that. Nope. So this is one of the things of defense, like, the way these people are playing, I think that they have a much higher... Sure, I could magically discard the wrong tile and lose, but... They're actively putting themselves... Like, this person is now in a situation where they might be stuck discarding a tile they really don't want to be discarding. And if I put this person out, what are they even scoring? Well, they can't have 1, 2, 3 of everything. They literally just have... Do they even have... They don't have anything. Wait a second. This guy doesn't have anything. What? They have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but these are 5s. What? They're not West. What am I missing here? That hot West action. Only got to make 2 more discards. Like, I don't really mind paying out, like... We're far enough ahead that I'm amazed that no one's dealt this guy in. See ya. Right now it's 0. There's no points there. I'm glad you're unhappy, dealer. I care nothing of the person across besides the fact that I'm paying them out. See, we knew it. We knew it from the beginning. That they had a hand that we just were never beating. Okay, I paid them 1,500. So sorry. This is now their 5th deal, by the way. Just so we're clear. Do we open on this? there's no way to do all greens. I don't think all greens is happening. Well, they probably were just setting up, but I just think that's super dangerous to... I mean, dealing into that could have been a disaster. But I guess, I mean, it's... I don't know. I mean, you knew this person was at least getting another hand in the deal, unless someone went out. So maybe they were just like, I gotta get them off the deal before I lose even harder. I don't know. Let's do this. Might draw like a 4 or something. I don't think this 2 is gonna do as well. I think it's risky though. Why would I want to score that many points when I could be throwing away that many points? This tile's pretty bad. That was really bad. I've done it. It's just I usually do it in, like, I'll just hold it and not go Riichi or something. Like if I had 2 melds out, sure. That many melds out where I'm just discarding the... In order to keep that, I'm discarding the tile that I draw. That's like going into Riichi with no benefit of going Riichi. And I don't even have the option to bail on it. It's just bad. Wow, we actually drew... Huh. I mean, one of these pairs is leaving this hand right now. This 2's kind of bad, though, too. Yeah, let's see if someone opens the account on that. Nope. I figured low bamboos somebody might have gone for it, because we have honor dump, loosely honor dump, but no bamboo, honor dump. You get rid of the 8s. There's an outside chance that we can actually draw a double identical. And I don't think that that's now we drop the pair. Figures, man. As soon as I do that, man. I think they had the same odds. Or leaving this hand. I draw 3 of a kind all the time, and if I didn't discard them, I would have had 3 of a kind. Man. I don't like. I'd rather. I just think that pair was better. Probably wrong. I'm probably wrong. Sure. I can't believe this guy knows 5 deals. But they've not really like I can't just go G crazy on them or anything. They've not discarded anything that. They're probably the best player at this table, other than me. Despite this.
Riichi desu.
There we go. Oh my god. So now that's the second time this person has melded off of the. Oh my god. What is happening? Double identical. Two of the same run, which I think can also be open. Let me get the cheat sheet out. Browser windows. Hello, browser windows. There's twin sequences on this. Has to be closed. I thought it was worth 2 Han for some reason. Yeah, it keeps the 6 and the 7 in play. And the other one, it's only good if I draw. It was exactly. Did I have it? Is it 2 or 3? I discarded 2. So the 1 doesn't actually make it better. And drawing the 3 is still an inside hit, and that other formation already had the hit. So I still think I was right to have kept it for one hand. One go around to see if I drew the other tile into it. It's our favorite. Yeah, stop it. I think we're opening. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're opening if I get dragons. Yeah, there's enough Dora here that I think we open. There's about 6k worth of just the Dora and the dragons. This 1 is probably worse than the 2, though. Basketball game on? The Olympics are wrapping up. That's not a cheat for me, of course. Yeah, the basketball, I guess the basketball game just hasn't started yet. Already saw that. I have to keep bouncing tonight because a lot of the Olympics have finished. There's only a few things left in the Olympics. I don't want to discard this Dora, but maybe I do. Maybe we get rid of it now. That's a pretty good pair, to be honest. No, I don't like that. That's Dora, though. Let's not get rid of the Dora. See if we can hit it. I wish I had a way to like highlight just to see the 6s. Like I wish I could click on something and it would just show me where are all the other 6s on the table, just because these get hard to read. I try to keep the windows smaller so these numbers are not very big, and the characters, even if I knew what they were, they're pretty scrunched up here. Just because the view's like not isometric, but it's on enough of an angle. Man, this is, see, all I had this, if I got this last hand, I'm looking pretty smart, wouldn't I? Just give me 2 7s and an 8. Let's go. Jeez. Are the 6s all? The 6s are all gone though. This is pointless. There's a few 3s. Nope, 3s are starting to go gone too. I don't think this is ever getting better than a pair. Of course. Can't go out on it. Yeah, this 2 is also likewise quite bad. It's also been discarded. I didn't realize that. Yeah, those are mostly gone too. I don't know. Pretty much there's a whole bunch of junk. There's a whole bunch of junk sitting in this hand. Wow, that's dude. She crazy over here. She crazy. Did we pawn that? Yeah, we do. They've already taken a Dora, but they can't chi this. They didn't pawn it, so let's just get rid of it. Grab a Dora, lose a Dora. I guess I could have... Nah, because only this guy can give me the 3. He has been dumping all the bamboos. Oh, Jesus. Fold is in my mind. But if I stay 10 pi, I stay in the game. It's pretty unlikely this person's going to clean me out. We pretty much have 3rd on lock. I think we play it. Also, that was like no risk at all. There it is. Hey, we got 2nd. Just, I mean, what is happening? Yeah, deal them in 5. Yeah. 32. Let's go. Mangan. See ya. Don't even have to play. Don't even have to play.
私の勝ちですね。
My goodness. Just deal them in every time, man. Wish I could get hands like that. Maybe I need to discard the 2 with the 8 more than I need to I need to discard the 8 more. Here. Yeah, absolutely. The 2 is not good. The only, well, you're not considering that all the 6s. I think a lot of the numbers around the mon tiles were not good. A lot of them were gone. One was cheat. But yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. The 2 is was it Sanji or whatever? Sanji. Oh, this is a disaster. Let's get rid of this first. Go from there. There's 2 Han here, so like this could become something out of nowhere. This is a hand we're unfortunately gonna probably end up calling something. Oh boy. That was bad. I should have kept that. I should have discarded these other losers. I'm being very greedy doing that. Thank you. No, like, there's only like 1 6 left.
Riichi!
Oh my god. Well, I guess we should have never been calling anything ever. No, they're not West, so we'll get rid of West. I mean, we should stay in this hand. Yikes. Okay. Wow. I'm surprised they played. Someone has action on that. What is happening right now? Did everyone get fat hands and I just was never allowed to draw? I haven't drawn anything in these suits. We discard next to the reach tile. No, we do not. Discard the 1. This is probably full. Well, I don't think we're full quite yet. We have 3. This is pretty much just borderline of sadness. 6. I guess the 6 is just going. He's discarded it. Jesus. There we go. Oh, hands abandoned. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Is the game over? Oh my god, the game's over! Oh goodness. Oh no, they're at exactly 0. The game is not over. I thought the round up was gonna get him. I thought I was still a good hand. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's why we don't deal them in, boys. Oh my goodness. Look at this. They are minus 25,000 points to us right now. They I don't know. I think you can. I think the point system is such that I don't think you're blocked from doing that just because it's such a functional aspect of the game. I think a lot of like I don't think in like tournament play. Ooh, it's a hot one. Look at this. This lets discarding that lets me open and keep this as a pair if I need to. You sure? Okay. I don't exactly sit at less than 1,000 points often enough to know that. And that's not an option in Chinese Mahjong. Like, if somebody hits 0, the game's just over. When they've taken you to the cleaners long enough. Second pair is useful here. We'll get rid of the 8. I don't really care if I get hosed on it. This person's like, I need points to not lose. A bazillion percent no. I did say I would chi something. Does chi help here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it kind of does.
Chi.
I don't want to do that. I really don't. I apologize. That's not what should be happening. But I'm assuming something's about to happen here. And I will gladly take a 1 away. This 5 is bad. We'll get rid of the 5. The reason I took this is because we have at least a 3-Han hand. Sorry, 2-Han hand, excuse me. We have a Riichi here. What is it on? No Yaku, though, because it's... Why is it no Yaku? Because we passed it? Of course. Oh, we have no Yaku because of the open run in this. So we need someone to discard a dragon, basically. Or we just discard our dragons. Or we just draw the tile. This is the story of my life. No, we're not north, so it doesn't really help. How many times do we just keep discarding triplets? Yesterday I had one, I discarded all 4 of them in short order. Actually, I think that would have been... Yeah, that would have been enough to actually end the hand. No, it's an honor. Let's go for it. I didn't think I was going out on that. So we could discard now. Just discard this. Yep. But Dapper, are you allowed to... The question was, can you Riichi? Jeepers. Is just no one gonna discard the white dragon? No one's gonna ride the lightning. Oh, that action on that. What is this person trying to do? Are they like holding back a chi or something? The 3 and the 2 was a pause, but this 2 wasn't a pause. Well, just keep drawing dead tiles. We're just gonna sit here. Ah, there it is, Spiriton. Just keep hitting me. Oh god. Well, I'm glad I didn't deal into that. They got off the nothingness up to 4,000. You had 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. But I did not want to discard the 6. I don't know what I missed. All greens, now we have the 7 and the 9 again. Oh, that's a hit. Oh. Yeah. I'm not sure what the issue is, though. Did we actually open on this? No, there's not. I figured if we had 1, 2, 3, I probably would. There's those dragons. What did I do? Did I discard something when I should have kept this? Discard something when I should have kept the 6? I don't really follow. Right, Dapper. I was waiting on the dragon in a situation I didn't feel comfortable discarding some of the tiles we're talking about. Yes, it has 1 run in it. I was 1 away. Sounds like I need to read up on shapes. Yeah, I'll get rid of it. Just looking at what was discarded there. So we hit something and we dump the other pair, basically. Ooh. Good. It could be good. I think this is the most fruitless situation. That went around, so we're just going to get rid of that now. As much as I'd like to do something with it, it's the most hopeless part of this hand. Of course, man. Every time. Oh dear. There is another 7. We had a 3. This 8's not doing me anything. Oh, they started the basketball. That is a no. Because I can't deal with the 7. So with the 9. Wow. Probably over. Is it just wait, you made a 50k hand, the 25,000 point hand, and you play that hand. Okay. Oh, right, they're just shutting it down. Well, good, because I'm currently 2nd place. Oh, this dragon. Considering opening here. Nah. Wow, they're going for it. Maybe I should have taken it. They're so open now. We have a pretty good hand here. There's actually a chance we can make some serious points. Let's change a little bit. The 7's pretty wayward. This is close. There's some things happening here. Terribly useful. We already have a pair. I'd rather... The reason I want this more than I want the other one is what if we, you know, it's a little bit closer to Dora. This person's just going for it. Sure. Hopefully we don't get stalled here. Cracks are very expensive. Yeah, I open. I don't know what this guy has, but I think I can win before he does. There it is.
Done.
It's only 2, but I'll take it. I'm also dealer. That gives me a little bit more space over this guy, but I'm still dealer, so... Key thing is we have to not deal him in, and after that, what am I? Surprised I got it off of him of all people. Like, that was telegraphed quite hard to me that they were never playing anything but characters. So, Dragon's probably pointless. I'm impressed by this guy. They managed to stay off of 0. Let's get out of these dragons. East is double for me. I don't think we're ever catching this guy. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 5. 4 pairs. I'd rather have 4 pairs than 3 pairs. And now that East has been discarded, I'm good on the East. 6p. Is 6p this or this? Anzu? Anzu? Can we open? Can we open? Yes. Awfully tempting to open. Yeah. Open. I think it's a bad idea. Realistically, I can't actually end the game myself, so I'm basically just playing this guy and just making sure I don't deal in these. I mean, I deal in someone where I end up losing position. Yeah, it's okay. It's 5. Not worried about it because of his discards. So you're trying to tell me that pairs on the edge are better than pairs? Yeah. Like, what's the actual shape? We're pawning anything that happens here, by the way. Pawning any of this puts us in one away. Or, not, I should have kept that. Playing fast. S. Probably no one's done anything with bamboo yet. How cheap it is. Someone's going for something monster. What I'm feeling. That sucks.
Riichi
Yeah. 6.
Chi.
We had to get to ready hand. Because we didn't have to. There it is.
つもごめんなさいね。タイヤをドラドラ。
Easy 6,000. Thank you very much. Are they broke? No. Alright. Hand 3 is dealer. Let's go. Mahjong. GG. Biba has found the new emote. Apologies to Nabiki, I only have 25 slots, and Nabiki has like a whole bunch of my slots. But I figured we didn't need all of the Banana Nanyas. I feel like your bamboo didn't need help. Well, I went from 1 away to Tanyao, so I disagree. But had things come together, that could have been way more points, but my rule is if it's worth 6,000 points, we do it. Oh, on the yeah, the pair thing, I don't know. I'm thinking of so many things, and I'm learning just like you, so like this 9 is terrible. I'm getting rid of the 9. Don't auto-disagree everything. Come on, I don't. It's just I'm also trying to chat, trying to play at the same time. How is this person so minus 32,000? Do we have any reason to open? No. No, I really don't. I mean, just like you with the ... thing, not. This is actually tempting because of the double run. I'm gonna actually chi this. Dump one of the pairs. We're probably actually what's probably gonna happen is before my deal runs out, assuming we get somewhere with this hand, this guy's gonna go broke before we get there. Wait, is a 6 any good here? 6 is actually decent here because it gets us off of. Does it? I'm doing it. I can't do math, so.
Chi.
Yeah, I mean. Am I just cheating? Yes, I am. I don't have a pair, which is kind of dumb. Hey, Caesar. Good luck. I need a pair. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just do it next to the Dora tile. Let's just go full nuts, gut shot straight draw, effectively with one out. How many are left? Oh, sorry, that's actually the red. I thought it was Dora. No, it's red. A little colorblind. Oh, they're also Fury 10 now. Oh no, if I discard it. Oops, what am I talking about? Discard it. Too many shinies. There's only one left. We're not switching. This actually turned out to not be the worst possible hand. Did I screw up? I screwed something up. No, we only had 1/6 at the time. We only had 1/6 when this happened. But we should have been paying attention to 2 identical straights, but I don't think it actually counts unless it's closed. I think 2 identical straights is oh my goodness, they had enough for the reach stick, baby. Oh! Game over. Did they manage to put me in first? No way. Almost. They almost put me in first with that. See, all you gotta do to come back from 25,000 points leaving the account is just win 2 deals in a row. Oh dear. Oh, let's explore before I get another game. She says different things on this client. What does the okay? That's it. Well, what kind of improvement are we talking about? Okay, so absolutely, 5556 is better than 55. Now I'm also considering things like how many tiles I'm actually using up in my hand to hold that shape. Yep. So the extra 4 can be a pair. So if I have 2 sets, what I'm thinking is, say I have another run in another suit that's similar, like it's a 4 number run or something. Sometimes you get the pair in one of the edge, so now you have the run with the pair, and it may turn out that your reach tile may be, for instance, discarding the 5 in your 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to then go Riichi on it. Right, so you would discard the 5 or the 8. already have 3 pairs. Well, the sample I'm talking about, there's just 2 pairs. One and 2 different suit runs. If I was holding 3... Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at more math to understand that. Like, I'm not just trying to, like, straight disagree with you, it's just that... I need a pair to go out, and I'm like, I don't know which one's gonna be the pair. Let's go to the tape. Let's see what I did wrong. Oh god, how do I get to the correct hand? This is the last hand, I hope, right? Last hand.
No.
No. What have I done? No, please stop. Game, what's happening? Oh, does it make me... It makes me actually play each. Okay. What? It was the last hand, right? Yeah, it's pretty cool. It doesn't let me redeals. I have to actually play all the way through them apparently. Click east. Oh, hi. That's an interesting feature. Probably because it's got mobile things in it. So it's going to be the last hand. Alright, Dapper's here to lay the law down. Oops, I just screwed it all up. So last hand, I've clicked the thing. I need to get to... What turn do I need to get to? I guess I can go up and back. Okay, let's look at this. What do you need? 4, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I keep going. 4, 4, 5. 4, 4, 5. Well, hang on. That's not what I had, though. So it's something like this is where we were. This is, if I need to move up or back, just tell me. The right arrow is like a frame by... Yeah, I just need to know what the turn was, Biba. This was my last discard. So currently we have 4 pairs. What am I missing? 4, 5. And we had no 6. Okay, so if you're calling the 6, I've heard everything. I'm just going to assume... Okay, so we took the 6. Well, this is the one that had... I mean, we just played... We took the 6. 7, 8. And then we were in this situation. But if this was the hand, the problem was, like, I mean, this after that chi, this went away right away. So we had an awkward number of pairs. Well, briefly awkward because we called something in a minute, threw one of them away. Well, if it happens again, call me out on it. Because I would not. I don't remember what hand it was. How close are we? I don't know. But besides, like, that first match today, we haven't dealt anyone in. And I called it that I was going to get called on it. Four-win discard. Let's go. Nope, not today. This 9 might be more wayward than the others. No, they're all wayward, they're all terrible. I'm falling down this chair. Do we actually chi that? I don't think we can. Problem solved. First. So what about this one? What do you do with this one? Is it the 5? What does their thing say? They're a soul enlightener. I can't take that. So a situation like this, I would keep the pair, even if it's not terribly useful, because we'd probably just end up ditching the 1 at some point. And then we just have 2 melts here. The hope that this turns into something as well. If we get hit a 4, that's great. If we don't, it's just not. Do we open on this? No. For 2 blocks. What? Someone's really thinking about that. I already figured that these tiles are a bit dangerous. The fact that, well, I guess a few of them have been discarded. Never mind. Wait, why did someone think about it? That was the 3rd one gone. But we're 1 away. We're 1 away from Riichi, so not a super powerful hand. It's gonna add 1 on to it. But it is a hand. I mean, as soon as we get it, we're gonna Riichi. There's not many ways it's gonna improve. We'll take something pretty phenomenal to improve it. We'll just discard this now. This 9 is wayward. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the 9. Yeah. Yeah, but there's some consideration in, like, you don't always have exactly 5 blocks. So, like, what's a useful, like, we had this 2-3. Yeah, I know the chapter you're talking about. I didn't quite follow some of the things about building additional blocks. Well, I did, but, like, how do I say it? But, like, giving you specific examples that work for the examples. Sure. And here we're just kind of floating something. Alright, pair. This, and this, and this is just kind of floating. There it is. How good is the 6? 6 is not good.
Riichi desu.
Well, the 6, it's not that the 6 isn't good. I mean, it's just I think I'd rather have 2 hits on 2. He's got a pause on this. It's time to sip the coffee. Oh, we're out of it. Oh dear. Yeah. The one thing that it didn't talk about that I kind of wondered about was like, okay, so what if you just have, what if before you actually have a bunch of blocks, you have, like, this is, I guess, maybe the situation with that pair is, how much can I jam into a hand so that, like, of the like 60 tiles in the game, I could draw any of them and they help me, and then cut whatever I don't hit.
Done.
There it is. Nice.
Riichi, Dora.
Yeah, but I was hoping for more. It was 40 fu at least, so it's a bigger hit than all simples or something. Thanks for dealing me in, friend. Love it. This is pretty wayward, but, well, let's try the 2. If somehow we luck into another red dragon, like, I don't think the 2's doing us any more favors than a red dragon is. That's one thing I'm still trying to figure out. Like, the book didn't really talk about stuff like that. Of course, punished immediately. I'm going to be greedy and keep this. Probably not for too much longer, though. Okay, I'll get rid of it now. There's a lot of pairs happening. Someone's probably playing this. I don't really care. Gotta know when the music is about to hit the loop. On this, we would need to find another pair and hit everything. I don't think we can. I think the hand is good enough that I think there's enough happening with these weights that that I don't go. If I hit another pair, though, 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel if we hit another pair, we might be playing for pairs. All of those just went. It's very wayward. We're never winning anymore. Okay. The good old 1 Han 30 fu to take my dealership to up the river. I am north, but as we draw a north, I don't think we're playing it. The Yogi special. Oh wow, I was about to ditch the 9. See, today we get rewarded. This 5 is mostly wayward. Problem is this 4 is Dora. It's upward Dora. I don't think we're hitting. Well, let's still ditch the 5. Someone had play on that past it, so better to get rid of it now, I guess. Unless we draw like, well, there it is. See ya.
Riichi.
I don't care that this is Dora. I'm going Riichi. This person, that's spicy. Opens, takes the Han. What are we looking for? I'm okay on that weight. I've shown you nothing. Well, I showed you it's not in characters. Oh my goodness. Well, give me some fat Dora tiles. Let's go. That's not a fat Dora tile. What is Sanshoku? Which one is that? Oh no, weighted 1. Broke my... Oh, that's fair. The tiles I'm waiting on are not necessarily... I don't think they're tiles people are throwing away right now, though. But yeah. Oh, Patsu is a run in every suit. Yeah, I can actually see waiting for that. But that's okay. I'll take 3 Han 30 fu. Actually, how much is that actually worth? No, we're talking 2 different things, Dapper. I was talking about the run. The Shinsoku. I know Patsu is the... yeah, no. It's 2. I didn't realize I had Pinfu. That actually... If I didn't have Pinfu, I would definitely have done the other thing. The weight, if I knew what I was doing. But I think if it's already... Like, I would say if it's... I'm only going to gain, like, I'm going to gain 2 Han. So that's a pretty substantial bonus. Anything crazy happening here? Like, this 1-2 is hot garbage. Is anything cheap? It's hot garbage. We got grouping here, pair here. Whoa! So So they dumped a red 5 that they can't even play. So what am I looking at here? That was passed. I don't think this is the Riichi tile, so I'm going to play that. This game's about to get Darkwing Duck style. Yep, I am Riichi. That was the next tile I was going to discard, so... This guy's like... Crap. Oh no, they drew it! What a hand! That's not a bad hand to just draw that. That was free for them. That's okay. Yet again, we're in second place of no fault of our own. Oh, we got a hand. Look at this. Oh, look at 1, 2. That's 3 pairs. We are west, so we'll open. Well, it's no longer 3 pairs. So this is pretty much we're pretty much set here. Thanks for the explanation, Dan. Yeah, I think that's happening. Not the Dora tile I wanted to see. Uh-oh. This guy's looking for points too. We're also in a situation where somebody has to score enough points to win as well, although most of us are pretty much there. Yeah, I wouldn't wait for it though, because any winning hand is going to win the match. I think any 30 foo hand does it. And this guy being dealer, like this guy isn't dealer, so this is probably the last hand once this guy doesn't win with a no. Come on. Give me real tiles, please. But I'm pretty much calling anything that happens here. It's just there, no one's discarding. Like, look, as cheap as circles and dots are. Oh boy. Changes things. Do we discard next to the Riichi tile? I think we do actually in this particular case. Well, they took their discard. Let's see what happens. I think it was safe because they've only discarded bamboo. Really? Yes, it is doing adjacent. Now let's just go with the dapper strategy of continuing to discard bamboos. Well, it's funny with the terminals because it's harder to... That's getting called. Alright, this is the one I was a bit worried about. Alright, cool. I was more worried about the 7. Probably not. That probably doesn't make a lot of sense. What am I looking for? 3 and a 5? They've discarded 1, so I'm happy. I'm really only worried about them. If this guy finds points, what am I supposed to do? But they're not. There's no way for me to know how far their hand is. Can't really gain anything by... That might be it.
Tom!
Oh, thank you. So I can change my weights. Am I happy changing my weights? No. And, well... I'll change my weight. Uh-oh. I just get wrecked. Somebody might think that too safe. That's why. Yeah. In the end, there was no way we were winning that. Yogi, disagreeing with the...
か無双にゃ。
What's Toyman trap? I don't think Suji's a very good way to. I think it's one of those things that like the has been put out there and like everybody plays to the theory. So like playing not to the theory but still playing decent, like not putting yourself in a hole to do it. Like if you can play around it. Is it just an X? I don't know, like it's like this person's rated very highly. I'm very scared of this person already, but their dealing rate's stupid and they don't win a lot. So do people on this site just always go for crazy hands? Dealing rate's super high. This tile, just keep my time. And when your dealing rate is equivalent to your win rate, this sounds like a Riichi game. I can't call that. I don't know what to call that. I don't want to play that. Well, it's the same people that Yogi are playing. I mean, this guy's nearly out of adept. But for whatever reason, everyone I'm playing is generally like. I mean, I guess you generally only move up at novice, right? You only lose a lot of points. 9. Yep. Yep. What do you mean the numerical one? I can see the number. It says 515. There's 2 ranks. That's not their rank. Huh? It says adept. What? Right, it says they're adept, so that would be their current rank. Right. So they normally, I mean, the way the system's sort of set up is it's designed for them to be in the other room. But I think some people run out of copper, so they play here. Your actual rank is different. How so? Oh, I can't go all greens here, so we'll just pass that out. Oh, generally on ladders, I don't care about rank unless you're like at the very top, so I wasn't referring to that. That was confusing. What is happening here? All pongs here. Got a pong here. 3 apart. So 6-7 is probably completely wrecked now. Did I keep too many pairs? I kept too many pairs. Yeah, Biba. You actually look at the ranking. See, Dapper's actually good enough and plays enough on this site that I bet you could find them in the ranking. But I think it shows you your rank, but like, does it matter if you're like 40,000 out of, you know, you're not, like you're in a sea of basically provisional ranking. They're not provisional, just average ranking. Oh, it's only top 100. I think if I look at the friends list, it shows me your rank, whatever that's worth. I don't like this 4. Get this 4. Yep, I agree. I want to pong this if I can. I think the 4 is just as bad, because I don't think anyone's tossing the 5. Being cheat? Yeah, I think it's actually being cheat. I have a Dora, let's do it. I'd like to Riichi, but if we're ever getting anywhere in this hand... Yeah, this is one I actually like. This is where I was confused and disagree with the book. How was I getting Sanshoku with just the... Oh, Senako? That's not Sanshoku, that's... I need to pay attention to what's happening. I should not have discarded that. Maybe I should have. I didn't realize exactly how walled off the... I mean, I have 3 Han right now, so... I think anything that finishes the hand, especially with these two, potentially just throwing into me. Also, with only 15 tiles left. We're 1 away? We're more than 1 away. I think we're more than 1 away. Yeah, we're more than 1 away. But it's fine for the moment because we're just discarding garbage. Pawn get us there? No. We're 3 concealed. Oh. Aren't some of those dead? Possible. Why be afraid of this? So yeah, I mean that would have been nice, but I just felt that with how close those two seemed, they didn't seem to have... I was worried that something big might have happened, but towards the end of that I was like, we'll try to finish the hand just because I think we're not risking nearly, you know... The minimum... House minimum, Yogi. House minimum. I'm gonna hold these souths. I mean, it is a pair currently, and it's more together than this garbage. Hinfu is what, 4 runs and an open weight? Yeah, and it's valueless, yeah. Discounting Fu. This is kind of a mess of a shape. This guy, he had all of it. He had all of it the whole time. This shape could turn into something though. It's just kind of bluff. If we hit the other run, we might be discarding that 9. But right now, this pair is useful. So here's that situation again. But I don't think we're able to do anything with this 8. This is on the corner. Yeah, that's where I'm at, Dapper. Oh, they really wanted that. There's some silliness happening. Has anyone discarded characters? It's possible someone will get us into some kind of straight business. Yep, that's exactly how I feel. I don't feel I need to be folding right now or anytime soon, but we'll see what happens. Up this. I have 3 pairs, which is a bit awkward, but this 4 was also not really doing anything for us. So we drew something next to it. Okay, so if we pawn this, can I go all terminals? No, can't do anything with that. Of course. Rid of it. Someone makes a hand with it, that's fine. What is that? Unbroken. What? What am I set up for? This 1 is going. Just pawn this. Well, pawning it means I have to ditch. Oh, double run. Gotcha. I kind of just need to hit something with this open weight. And possibly, I guess I should have been pawning some of this stuff. I don't know. I have a feeling, just seeing the discards, I have this sense that the 7 is gone. And that this hand is going to quickly become a loser. Yep. Thank you for the explanation. Eventually I'll know the names just because we're using them enough, but unless I hear them with the explanation next to it, it's just not going to hit. I do it wrong. Yeah, I just don't think I'm getting the 7 or the 4. Yeah, the double. That would be, yeah. That's a really big hand, isn't it? All in the thing. Yeah, I think so too, Yogi. I think it's just the sort of the nature of what happened here is we had the 4-5, but a lot of this is all covered. So we're kind of just running into this. That's bad. This is a fold. I am folding right now.
Chi.
Oh, I thought there was one where, I mean, because you get the flush too, don't you? Closed 1 through 9 in the suit, plus the additional Han. We'd be dumping this, obviously. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm assuming that we were dumping this. A lot of things going on. I need to pay attention to what's going on. Because that happened. Remember that part I said we're folding? Because this is over. I am not paying that out. This is already 8,000 points, if not more. See, there's my 4. Haha, you're funny. I'm not pawning crap. Well, I was assuming it is a flush. Like, I'd be playing it as a flush. 9 is gone. This is it. See, they had all of my 4s. What are they dumping for? Like, you already had a pair. What is happening right now? I should have been paying attention. This tile is also dead. No, it's not, because they melded it. Could have a run with it. Is this anything to get into ready hand? No. I don't know, we'll see what they were waiting on. I'm assuming it's more bamboo. Oh no, they were waiting on... I'm paying everybody out. I think we were holding some of that, right? We had the 5, and I want to say we had the, no we didn't, we had the 7, 8, 9. Oh well, that happens. Well, no doubt. That's a pretty good draw. In hindsight. Kilos? I think so. Yeah.
Chi.
What do I discard here exactly? That was a bad idea. I should have discarded one of these other ones. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm thinking about like straights and things, and I don't even know what's happening. Punished. Unpunished. Okay. Whoa. In the blind. Oh boy. Someone might have a field day with those. It's at 9. The one of bamboos currently we're double. Yep, that's what I was thinking about. I'm like, okay, so how does the pair thing work with all the stuff we were talking about? It all worked out in the end. $5p. What do you mean, why do I wound you?
Pon desu.
Alright, someone's just gonna discard and wouldn't give me more points. Yeah, you're right.
感します。ポンです。
Yeah, you're right.
ポンです。
The rate we're going, where we got 3 on the board? Oh, 2. Roll the mole potential third. I'm assuming this is either buried or someone thinks it's the winner. I don't know why I have the multi thing. I can fix that. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Beep. Not happy with that.
Long.
Yeah. I didn't want to deal the Dora. This is just one. Whatever, luck box. This is a hard one. There's not much I can do when the hand is that big. Not much you can do. I don't even consider that a deal in. But I should have discarded the other tile. You're right. It's hard to see. This person was the good one, right? Nope. That's our second deal in of the night, but it was pretty forced. I haven't had a four Kong draw in a while. Yeah, I'll get it. 6. Okay. Guess I could have got rid of South. South is just a waste. I wasn't even paying attention. Too many things happening. But now South is gone, and it didn't really matter too much. All we have to do is just hit a real hand, though. And this person keeping dealer forever is sort of helping us, not really. They're sort of helping us.
Pon desu.
Oh, they're open again. Thank
Pon
you.
desu.
This. 2 away? Yeah, we're 2 away. We probably want to keep this as a pair, but would I meld it if I can? Possibly. It really depends if we draw something substantive here. Ooh, that's pretty good. Well, it's not that great. Say we hit a pair in one of these now. It's kind of the hand geometry stuff that I was trying to explain earlier. Like some of these shapes, you hit a pair on the end or something. Now you kind of have 2 things, and then I can do stuff with this. But like now, okay, we get the open weight here. We could just cheat that. I don't see why we're not.
Cheat.
We're not going to get all 7, 8, 9s. That'd be incredibly far-fetched. No chi? Why?
teach me.
ポンです。
Just so I get the tile draw. This didn't exactly accomplish a whole lot, did it? That was already my pair. Huh? I didn't have a pair going into that. But I had this pair, it's the only pair I had. Perfect.
チー。
Didn't want to discard that, but maybe, well, hit the 7, it's over. Not exactly ideal. So there's a hand geometry situation happening here. I'm going to discard this.
ポンです。
Come on, give me that 7, baby. What is happening? Oh boy, I can't pawn that. As fun as that would be, I'm just gonna take our two Han. It's actually 2 Han with, I think, 40 Fu actually, so it'll be a little bit better. It'll be like 4,500 or so, I think. Or a dead tile. We also have a ready hand should this dealer try to take this to the brink again. We are already on the third hand of his deal. He's done well. I mean, basically the only reason I've lost points is just... Uh-oh. This is a better weight, isn't it? Or is it? No. I'm going to discard this. Yes, that would have made East possible, and I know one East has been discarded. Probably was better, honestly, but I don't want to deal into this and then be epically behind 2 of the players. God, that would have been it. Oh well. There's still 4 of them left. I just assume at this point that we're looking for the same tile. Dora, none of them are missing. Or like suspected missing. Hey, there we go. Nice. Thanks, friend. Hey, me. Wait. Oh, we didn't get the East. Never mind. Fu doesn't matter, but we did take all the Riichi sticks. It might have been okay. I was worried once this one went Riichi, because I didn't want to lose a bazillion points. I don't necessarily think that was wrong or anything. That's the funny thing, is I think some of these hands, like, considering on how you value what's going on the board, there's potentially different decisions than like what that book suggests, even though the book is Yeah, that's what I was asking about. So it's 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. What am I actually supposed to be doing? I'm west. That's actually really cool. No baton. That sounds like no baton. Hang on, I need to pay attention because one of my That is wild, dude. Why did you do that? This guy's like, this is my chance. One is pretty bad. Let's get this dragon out of here now. I didn't want to go out of Furitan either. That was one of my other concerns. Because there were only about 10 tiles left. So if I never found actually, no, that wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter like this. But it's like running through my head, right? So you have like 5 seconds to make a decision, and I don't play this for a living. What? I mean, you can. But as Yogi says, I'm probably going to disagree with you. Not really. But it might come off that way. Don't take it like that. You might as well. It'll probably help me. Appreciate it. We are west. We could just open on this. This person's nearly out. Yeah.
I need a pair mentality. For me or just in general? I just hold a pair. And I try not to hold 3 pairs, and I try not to hold a bazillion pairs. Like, 2 pairs are great, and that's about all I care about them. I wasn't even paying attention to that discard. Really? So what's a good example of a shape that does that? I do feel I'm occasionally holding like another block, let's say, which generally might be a pair. Like I might momentarily hold 3 pairs longer than I'd like to, and I just don't understand. Something isn't like so much better. That was kind of the point of contention earlier with Yogi. Because I figured someone was discarding that. Crappy, but I don't think this guy was 1 away, so I don't think we were winning the game any faster. And like, I mean, this would suck to get 4th place, but if it was a money game, we're really not losing that much money. Rank whatever, who cares? Right, because it pairs. Gotcha. I need to actually read what you're saying, and I'm at the beginning of the hand. Let's see, the White Dragon. They're already on North Pong. So a 4-run, if you're still looking for the pair. Right, I made some errors tonight, like I'm talking in, like, pair thing. So like here I'm gonna just dump something like this, possibly even just south. I already have a pair here. I can also just take it for a Han if I want to. 6 is more wayward than the 9. I don't think I'm ever making the 9. To avoid last, yeah, but it's also a situation where as long as I win the hand, the game continues. In fact, it continues into my deal. So, this person's going for everything though, so we need to be careful. Well, does it matter if we get taken to the cleaners here? Not really. If it was a money game, we'd play more defensively. 4-5 here doesn't help us. Discard this. There's some weird outside shot. We get a bunch of runs in the same numbers. What's the 8? Oh, yeah, I forgot I had an 8. Oops. That might have been the draw. This is awkward now, so we'll just dump that. Wow, they have so many points over there. So we do need to shut this hand down. Run. This is a mess. Wait, how are we not in, Oh, this is not 2, 3, 4. This is 2, 3, 3. 2 is gone. A 1 is gone. Are we cheating the 1? There we go.
Riichi desu.
I think it's a better. I know there's more on par with this run of the dragon, but I honestly think with the way this game is going, it's more likely I get the 1 or the 4. That's the only reason I did it that way. After this match, I will read what you said in more detail. I should be sipping back, drinking my coffee. Man, look at all those free runs. Yeah, I just don't think the dragon is being dealt to us. I mean, it's more points. It might be like an important break point for points.
It's a shame we didn't get the other two in circles. This guy's got so many points sitting here. I mean, this guy on my left has to make a decision. That is exactly how I feel about that. I don't know who Kamicha is. There it is. Thank you. Thanks for the free money. Get me out of the basement. Thank you, friend. Let's see, what did they show? They just discarded it. Yeah, I was just reading my hand more carefully in case I had more of them. But I think I had 9, exactly. I mean, that'd be fun to try that. I've already had a hand like that before, but just looking at the geometry of that, if we didn't hit that, there was nothing on. Absolutely nothing. Because at least, like, if you had a bunch of 1-2s or something, then you can get some maybe 3s in there. So we're on deal. We actually don't need to do a whole lot to deal with this game. Can we just pawn this out? Yeah, I'm okay with that, actually. Yeah. Yep, that is exactly the goal. Because I already have a dealer stick. This is a not Yaku. This is a Han. Oh, there's pretty sure there's 3,000 points in it. All. I will find a pair. You just told me don't be afraid of pairs. Not having a pair. I know you wouldn't have. With respectfully disagreeing that these people are going to call things, and there are people very close, like this person. I think the tempo of the game that I'm playing may have a lot to do with what's happening here. What is the double run? Action. Take me to the cleaners. Thank you. Actually, that's a problem, isn't it? I did just make 4 Dora tiles out of that. Now we just need to find some way to end a hand. We may not be able to do. What has tiles left? Everything we have still has doubles left. Oh god. Somebody's going to the cleaners. Yeah, because of that meld, this meld I didn't really intend to make. Whatever. Which one has numbers? Yeah, I don't know why I did the ones. Whatever. No worries. Riichi. Well, we may never have gotten anywhere with this hand anyways. Oh, they just discarded. Whatever. Wasn't really paying attention, so I'm not. Whatever. No, do not care. This match is void to me. I started talking and not paying attention to what was happening in the game, and that not work very well. Oh well. Right, I said I was going to read. I was trying to read what you were saying, and then let's go back. Something like Sean. Okay, I gotta look this up. I don't understand what any of that is. Anyone remembers any of this? It's a pattern. Of course, I have to actually click the link. Hello, browser. My browser's just dead. pair of triplets. Okay. Nobutan. Why is my browser just dead? Of course, scroll lock is not on. Come on, internet, what is happening? The internet doesn't even know what Nobutan is, so you have to hit me again with that. Okay, let me read what else we have here. Oh, it's a shape, okay. We need 2 pairs. Right. It's a shape. Okay. So blocks of 4 are very good. If you get the 4, you get 44 plus 6. Rather than... Right. Okay, so yeah, I remember that game. We were talking about the game. I wouldn't have called... Yeah, I've never streamed this before, so my mind is... Like, whenever we all play, I'm, like, way more focused. Without the ones that... Yep. Oh, yeah, sure, winning on the last tile. Something weird. Alright, cool. Since I have this up...
Mahjong で私に勝てたらちょっぴりサプライズなご褒美
Yogi, if you wanna play, I will host you. Probably playing, like, another game or 2. And I'll keep going, but I'm sure you have the itch. What did I do with the bot? Make the timer stop doing the timer thing. There we go. Video. I will try not to just randomly deal in someone and lose the final hand again. But I think it's better to be paying attention to people teaching me than so thank you, both of you. Like, what is this? Alright, I need to... we gotta do the check. They're a novice. They have never won first. Oh god. Oh lordy. Oh boy. Look at this. They never win a hand? What is happening? And they're just discarding Dora tiles for free. You know what? If you have East, screw me. It could be a new account too, but I don't know. I've known people to, like, you know, it's like your friend, you let your friend play on their account or whatever, or you make a new account because you lost the other one, but you're a casual player, but maybe you played 100 hands and just you're not very good. I don't know. But it kind of helps just to know to expect exactly, like, this person. This person is a bit scary. Their deal, well, that's not much. This person, I believe, was disconnected. They got a buy man too, but they're on a loss streak. What was our deal? 15% difference. I hopefully I can beat someone here and not get taken to the cleaners. That's not a bad draw. Let's dump these. What is... I'm not calling that. I just look at my hand when there's a call. I don't... That does not mean... I generally try to stay closed. I mean, this is all garbage, but, like, this hand potentially has a lot of points. And that wasn't... If that would have made me Tanya, I would have taken it. But it doesn't, so we're not doing it. And we also have the spooky 9 here. Here it is. We'll do this. Oh, I just call it 1 away, 2 away. Ishanten. So what's two? What's two? Is that how is that in Japanese? Like I before the word, or part of the word is like the before or one before or something? Uh-oh. It might be, that might be bad. Whoa! Whoa! What is happening? Did you see all the shinies that just happened? Nishanten. What is happening? Uh-oh. They don't know what to do. No, that wasn't the danger tile. Thank you. Give me more discards. Juicy discards. Uh-oh. Somebody hit it. Is it Baimon? I didn't even count. It's at least 4. Oh, it's got Pinfu too. 6. Haneman. Was I dealer? No. 18. So it's Ishanten and Nishanten. That's like a hard distinction. Ni and Rioradora. I mean, I don't know what they had in their hand. You can never really know, but I'm going to assume it was not worth counting. Considering you think we know better. Dump this too, just to make it look like I improved my hand. It's called Riichi Mahjong. The pros 40% of the time go for Riichi. I mean, there's strategy and like, hey, I got this. If we went over it, like, if I had played that last hand better, I could have probably won it. Or at least have been much closer. Okay, so what do we got here? We'd have a 4-shape. Okay, this crap is going. Are we calling any of this? We'd call the dragons. I think I definitely call dragons. Well, Dapper, that's kind of like if, I mean, I'd have to have a pretty monster hand to want to, yeah, I'm doing this. I think I'm gonna be able to go out on this, so. I already have 37,000, so if I get a 4K hand, just move the game along, I'm okay. Make it look like I changed my weight. Shanpan. Shanpan is the double pair. Make it look. Make it look like I'm waiting. Which is essentially it's the equivalent. No, it's not the. It's equivalent of 1 open weight on both sides. It's just that the nice thing about the triplet one is the tiles aren't connected. Well, see ya.
Not
a lot of points, but I mean, they're gonna deal me in that hard, and they're opening their hands. I just took what I felt I was given there. Can't always take them to the cleaners. I wouldn't say it like that because Ryanman has a certain clue value. What do you mean? Aren't they both 2 Fu? Oh, I like technically correct. I think I'm gonna try to stay looking for Pinfu here. Well, I really don't want to ditch all this other junk, but we kind of need to see some draws that kind of bring some stuff together. Like this person's open on hot, steamy garbage. Well, I guess it's all terminals, but we have. So, like, is this pair bad? Is this pair bad then? Is this pair worse than this pair? Well, so I guess here I dropped a 7. But like stuff like this is the kind of stuff that, I mean, there was more. It's great. Well, Yeah, they're clearly garbage now. Absolutely. Is this 6 bad? 4, 5, 6 makes. I don't think I need this 3. I don't need the 8 anymore. The 8 screws things up. What do I discard? 7?
No.
It's this part that doesn't really gel. Although the pair might be useful. Well, the problem is I don't know how to make. Oh, this is dangerous. I'm gonna do it. I don't know what exactly. What is happening? Oh, that was if it was in the other suit. Yeah. This 7 is less useful. This is just complete. This one's definitely complete. We have a pair plus something here. We have 1 for sure here, 1 for sure here. This is a mess. This is no good. It's dead tile. Redemption now. There's so many words happening. Oh my god! I'm trying my best to follow. I just don't. Of course. You're not wrong. If I pick up another pair, I guess we go for pairs. If one of these get paired, the other one still has everything left. Whoa! Well, I do read the Yaku card. I am very worried about that discard. Are we folding? Well, just I don't have any time left. That might be it. What is happening in this game? Oh, that's the last one around there. That might have been important, actually. Nope. $13 tiles left. They just created a bazillion tiles I can just discard into. Sounds good to me. I'm not discarding it. This is fold territory. As much as I like this hand, there's basically nothing I can accomplish by. Nope. Was I one away with that? No, I'd ruin this pair. Pay me. They say pay me. Oh no, that's much more. They had door tiles that didn't for me. Honeyman. Still winning. They are not winning. It's okay, they can deal me in again. Yeah, that's where I was at, but I don't think we had a way to... Something had to come together so awfully quick there, and it just was not. When this person was clearly one away with 20,000 points on the board. I wasn't expecting them to really win though, but it happens. We can't pawn that. Not Pinfu anymore. We never was Pinfu. Can't open. Which one's the door? The 6? I'm getting rid of the 6 now. It becomes a liability. I like this shape. I don't like this shape, but like, if we fill in either of these holes, that's just too far away from anything we have going on. Uh-oh, pawn time. Oh. Can't open. With a 3 already gone, 2 3s already gone, we'll just dump this. Maybe we hit a shape with this. Because there's a door gone for it, but we're 1 away, so. Oh, we really need the 5 actually. Both 2s being gone. But we hit a pair and something, we can kind of rotate the hand around. That's a very dangerous discard. Just call this guy the dealer, just deals everybody in. This 3 is not doing me any favors. Is it better than this though? This is never being better than a pair. Actually, I'm dumb. If this becomes a 4, we just don't have anything. Yeah. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay to me. I wish you could just, like, write on the client. Draw. Oh. Well, we were rewarded in a way that doesn't really help us anyways. Just dump this. This is completely walled off from anything useful. We have to find like another pair or something. There we go. That's pretty obvious. Someone just hit on that. Someone had action on that. What was that shape? Where's the better shape?
Riichi
Nora. Everybody feeling in the heat tonight. Fill me in. 2, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't. Like I said, I was looking at it. I went, oh crap! I made it where if I hit the 4, it's on the end, so it doesn't really help. If it was the 1, it totally would have worked. Oh my god! So loud. Playing Mahjong. The first time on stream. I have in-chat experts, Dapper and Yogi. Oh dear. Concern Sparkle, multi McFry. Welcome to the stream. This person's like, I don't want to lose. let me just play everything out. Wait, we gotta look at my actual hand here. We have a lot of things happening. This 1 is kind of useless. We could hit a very big thing with this though. This is where I don't know what we already have enough points where we need a pair. I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do this. I don't like the 7. Oh, they're mad at me. Oh my goodness. Are we folding? What do they have currently? They currently have nothing, right? They have nothing. This is a run. So it's just all inside. Who cares? So we're basically gonna just ignore them. We're probably gonna open to try to win the hand. Even though actually we can't open. So this lets us utilize this pair. So this block is just done. This is all done. We just need something out of this. This is one of those situations that we weren't talking about, where these inside tiles, I have so many of them that they're actually good. Well, they make 2, as Yogi would call it, 2 blocks. We need to hit something out of this. If we somehow hit a 6, I'll feel bad. Well, we didn't hit a 2. Oh, goodness. Dump the 4. This doesn't really help us, but it helps us pretty much just as much as the other tile did. I'm just gonna open. It was done. Yep. I'm intending to chi the 6. I feel those are cheap enough that they might go around. Considering the melds that are on the board. There it is. Oh, we were not winning. We were never winning that hand. When you say it was done, I mean, I didn't discard anything in it, so they were all still done. There we go. Got the win. So we had what was it? 3, 4, 4, 4, and a 5. So we had the pair and the 3, 4, 5. It's 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, I dumped the 7, 8. Yeah, I dumped the 7, 8 to get the 6. Yeah, I don't understand why I did that either. Okay. I think it was just that I felt I was never going to get dealt in the other one either, so I was like, well, what's a Mahjong player with a journal to do? Yeah, you're right. I think what I meant to do was just discard one of the other tiles. I might have been looking for a safe tile too. I don't know what I was doing. This hand looks disgustingly similar to the one we just played. Right, let's do. We gotta do our check once we discard. Discard probably south. Let's see who's good. Oh boy, we got an adept. Got a novice. So they're a novice, alright. Nope. And we got another. What does the glasses mean? Does that mean you made someone broke? Oh my goodness, they've never dealt anyone in. Okay, so this is what I call a ringer. They've played 9 matches, they've never dealt anyone in, and they're winning 40% of the time. And they have Micro as a name, so I think they're a tryhard. Pawn that? No. What was Overstorm playing? What were you playing, by the way? I've been playing Mahjong for entirely too long.
Chi.
6 is a bit wayward. Yeah, it is redundant. I just keep drawing even more redundant tiles. That's why I haven't dumped it yet. Is it redundant? Yeah, it is redundant. I'm also telegraphing that I'm just all over the place in Manu characters. But I keep drawing these tiles. I don't do anything with those either. Yeah. Do we open on this? We could just open on this. Are we ever winning another way? Damn. Uh-oh. Somebody liked that tile. What did they cheat? I don't know, we're not really drawing. Despite having all of this going on. Also, we couldn't pawn this anyways. We were never... We could have cheated once, and then that would have been it. No, it's not. Neither is this. That isn't either. I think we're potentially too far behind in this hand to ever catch up. And this person's got flush things going on. We just cheat this and open. Still fives in play. Is 4 flush? Was 1 through 9 in a suit openable? Full straight is openable. Because if we hit the full straight, we're probably opening on that. I think this is gonna get pretty crazy. Yep, I just found it, thanks. I was looking too far to the right. Because it's not a common flush. Oh, we could have actually gotten the West situation on that. Oh my goodness, well. Yogi wins this round. Uh-oh. No one has discarded it since. No? That's not wrong. They haven't hit the button yet. Wow, I got them to open. Yep. I'm like super close to just being in fold, Yogi. Need to hit an actual pair. Actually, I don't like that discard at all. Yeah, I didn't like it. Just trying to play quick. But again, it was worthless, so who cares? Well, no wonder this person doesn't ever deal anyone in. See, that deal-in rate's going up, but I wish it showed the average price. The average price. Even with no 1-9. Yeah, I had the 1 and the 2. Was there no 1 or 2 left? It's possible there was no 1 or 2 left. But the wins I was drawing only had one other copy, so. And I wasn't in a ready hand to be able to call it. So I kinda didn't know what to do there. Very wayward hand. Keeping 9 you need. Yeah, I could have lucked into those west winds, but I think there were too many points on offer to not go for it. Yeah, I just never drew anything. And then I knew some of those tiles in bamboo weren't dead. I was just like, eventually I'll just get a pair and it'll be fine, and it never worked. Nine's pretty Time to go for Pinfu. This is pretty much a Pinfu hand and nothing else. I suppose if somehow we drew another white... I'm holding on to this too long. Oh goodness. This is probably fold territory. Fold. I don't need cracks. There's my pair. I can't deal that in. I gotta just play this. Can't even open. This is bad. How many am I don't even have anything. This is just Fold City. Please give me something I can discard. Gotta go around 9 more times. Alright, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me a discard. They could have the most garbage hand of all time, but we're so far away from anything. Do we even have a meld? We have no meld, we have a pair. Is this... Maybe there should be a meld form in this game that's just... I literally have absolutely nothing. This person is just a deal in the city. Do they have double run? 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. They might actually have double run here. I'm south, so that's safe. Seven went around, we can discard on that. I can just discard south again. Oh. Here. G. Thank you. Thank you for getting me out of that problem. I wish that happened a long time ago. We would have been able to continue playing this hand for points. There's just like no actual points in this hand. They tested the waters, alright. I mean that's 3 Han just for free. See ya. Better discarded one of them. That's gonna be it. We gotta do one more. Simple enough. See ya. Oh, I wish I could still see my hand, but didn't I have a lot of those? Getting everybody out. So sad. What can I do? Lost my deal on that too, no less. Maybe we can make up some points here. Really, I mean, the way this match is currently, anybody who makes a hand, you're in the lead. This dragon's gone. We're gonna make Pinfu. Well, this is a valueless pair, right? We'll see what happens. We may not do Pinfu. Depends what we. Depends how this takes shape. This is already self-sufficient, and we have a Dora. Oh, we have an extra Han. That's right over sword. I see where you're going with that. I don't think I'm dumping the third pair quite yet. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Now I'm gonna dump this bear. Of course, I get another one in the process. Oh boy. So how many points do we actually have here? Enough that I care? Oh, we get one around. We got one around, so we get a 7, we're in really good shape. That just went around, so we're gonna get a Riichi right here. Heal me in, buckos. We're looking for a 4 and a 7 of bamboo. Basically, the story we've told is that we're just not on Manu. That's a danger. That was a very dangerous tile. Oh man, why? Oh yeah, I would. Yeah. If this person goes Riichi, the game is a tie.
No.
Well, thank you. Thank you for an extra Dora.
Riichi, Pinfu, Dora.
Alright. Just like that. Back in the ball game. Yoki's like, you disagree too much. 40%. 40% of hands are Pinfu. Because how often do you really get like nice things that add a lot of value that just isn't Pinfu? I guess we're just dumping this tile. There's a site that literally has all the stats, because someone kept asking like percentages for things. It might have been Yogi. Someone was asking for percentages, and I'm like, are they out there? And I found the stat farm for this. And 10, I think 10 was it 10 how or whatever has stats too, and it's like you gotta win fast. I guess we're just gonna telegraph that we have none of these. Maybe we'll draw one. This is bad already. This is a bad situation. Believes. Goodness. Yeah, we'll get rid of it while it's dragons are now safe. This hand is going downhill real fast. I don't know why these people are fighting over scraps though. Like the only way I'd be like, I have to give them a little bit of like these are becoming danger tiles. Just because they might be trying to fill out a flush with them. This could be bad. Oh. So you give garbage. Let's lose 7, 8. It's got a door on it. I just meld it? Do I care? It gets us out of a stinky situation. Yeah, let's just cheat it. So this is a bit risky because this pulls out several why is it no Yaku? I mean, things are going to have to change, but right now we have a 1 through 5, so we just dump the 1. There's that. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah. What's happening? I'm just gonna go for just all simples. I don't think I need additional files for this. So we're just kind of changing hand shape here. We got this 2 through 5, which is playable, and we probably never want to really discard too many of this. discarding that. North went around, so we'll play that. We actually are getting close now. It's a scary discard. Is this that's shiny. 4 is leaving my hand right now. The heck action does someone have on this 4 that they passed it here? Chi. Okay, well their hand is now worth significantly less than it was before. They have a 2-3-4, 2-3-4. But again, I'm not discarding any of this. I'd discard this Dora tile before that. Well, maybe like a 9 or something. Like I'm not dealing that in. Hell no. But I'll deal this in. Just because if they have that, it's 1 extra Han. Who cares? Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually a lot of Han. That's an incorrect way to do it. That was actually more dangerous than discarding it too. Well, now we actually have a almost ready hand. We're 1 away. Yeah, 4 extra Han. There it was. See, it's just not worth anything. All they're doing is exchanging points. They have to take points off of me in order to win. You either take points off of me in this hand, or... oh boy. This is one I definitely open if we get it. What a hand to start. Well, the rest of it's kind of garbage. I'm also north. 9 is way worse. Something 9. We almost caught up on that hand. I just don't think we were.
Chi.
I'm only keeping it for purposes that both of them were pretty useless. Yep, fast win is good. I mean, the dealer is also... Six is pretty Deaderino. I don't know what's dead to it next time. Well, the 1. I'm ponging anything that moves here.
Pon desu.
This cracks are terrible. I don't know what I'm fighting at least 1 person in one of these suits, so that's a bit of serendipity. I'm assuming that the person on my left is more likely to dump them than the person on my right here. But I might get something nice here. There we go.
Chi.
Ready hand. Or not ready hand. We don't have. I'm still missing stuff. This is a bit of a bait because if they have flushy stuff, they might take this. I don't know. Maybe they might add 4s and then skip everyone else's turn, give me another turn. Dangerous, but whatever. Better now than later.
Pon desu.
Here's the pong. But what are they even in? We're in. That's a chi for me.
Tsumo, ごめんなさいね。ペン、ドラに。
Easy. Give me 1 second to fill up my water.
私の勝ちですね。
Just another round or 2 if Yogi wants to. Uh-oh. What is this? I got a certificate. Let's open it. Based on your excellent... Hang on, I gotta take a picture of this. I don't get certificates every day anymore. I used to. Oh dear. Certificate. Certificate of Mahjong Mastery. That's going up on Twitter. Thank you. Thank you for the GGs there. Right. Give me one hot second. We'll do another one or two. And if Yogi's gonna start at some point, by all means, he's getting the host. But, give me a second to get some water.
目のやり場に困る仕方ないわね。どこを見てもいいわよ。 リーチ
What did I
一
miss?
発なんてね。
Got up like 4 minutes ago. What is this? Yep. 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 Red 5, I never know. Has to switch to 2 tiles needed or just discard the red 5. Open triple dragon Dora. Will fold, because yep.
ああ、もうおしまいなの？ 私まだ満足してないのに。
Let's lose all of our con bucks.
もちろんさっきの。
Gotta remember we're getting this gold here, so we should not attempt to deal people in. I'm sorry about that, I had to get up and make tea. Remember to brush your teeth before you go to bed, that's always a good strategy too. I'm sure we've been at this far too long. Oh dear lord, we've been playing this a while. We got up a few times though, before everyone got here. Probably a couple more matches. Call it good there. Let's see what we got in this one. Got an expert. Uh-oh, we're about to get farmed. That's actually a pretty decent rate. North is a pretty big loser. Got an adept here. 8% difference. And another adept. So the person across from me is the most dangerous. Take this out. Yeah, I probably should have done east first. And it's all gone. All gone. I'm gonna hang on to this. Oof. Oh boy. This one's pretty bad. If it turns out being pin, well, so it can't be pinned through anymore, but be holding on to this too long. 5 draws to find another one. But I'm giving someone a 5% chance to find it. What do I want here? The 2's the most wayward tile there. There it is. Just dealing them in. If we ever need to dump this, we can just dump it now. Open? Can't open. Of course. A lot of these low numbers are gone though. It's like it's not walled off yet, but as you can see, it's like you didn't know it, but there was only one way to get that. That's actually really good. We just dump the low characters. I figured they were the one that had the chi on it. Something. All this guy is tossed is bamboo and circles. So he must have had a pawn on it or something. It might be his pair. Any reason to open here? I kind of do, actually. Yeah, let's open. The 6/8's not terribly good. And this guy, he might just feed me circles. That could also have just happened. Let's do this first. As much as I wanted this, I'd have to draw it. Well, I don't actually have to draw it. I know. I messed it up. But what's this guy gonna discard? Like, he's feeding someone. He's either feeding this guy, or he's feeding me. Is that what I was doing? No, that's not what I was doing.
Riichi desu.
Oh, Chinitsu is what you was trying to say. Yeah, you did say Chinitsu. I was reading it as the other one. Chitotsu. 7 pairs. Oh, like that doesn't make sense. Yes, that is exactly how I feel with this one. A few of them I'm slowly learning. A few safer tiles out of this. I think the edge tiles are, well, it's 2 walled off. I think I cheated. I don't think anyone can play that. I don't think anyone's dealing that in. Don't get me wrong. This is like a ready hand or fold situation. What we got there? A little bit of an intense discard, but they have a bazillion card things in their hand.
Tenpai desu.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I didn't dump my hand. I would have been wrecked. Wow. Well, that was... I can't think through the hand quickly enough, but my sense is there was no way that was ever happening. Like, it's sort of like you get a point, and I'm not... The book really didn't talk about it. It talked more about, like, a little bit of strategy, like you one-on-one with someone as opposed to, like, the whole game situation. But there's times where I just kind of know that as long as I don't discard into someone, and I have an expectation that they'll never discard into me, that the hand's just over. And just whatever route I can get to getting to Tenpai is just, that's it. I can take a no-risk situation and make it better, I guess. Do I like this? Yeah. Yeah, I think all the ones on the dock, the way I remember it, I went through the list. Anything that's like a normal going out, opening is just one less. Just up to 9/8. I don't think 9/8's doing me anything. I gotta make more space for hopefully something better. This person's just honor dumping. That's nice. That's a really nice one. What the hell do I discard here? Probably the open shape. I mean, 6 is still good. So there's... I guess we could have gotten rid of one of these. Well, that solves my problem, doesn't it? This is a very spicy hand. This is just done. There's one here already. And there's one here, so we just need to navigate this business. So we could just end up in Riichi right now. Not with that. Not ending up in Riichi. Is there anything to call here I care about? What does opening do for me? Just all simples, right? So besides the bonus for... Well, I want to be able to go Riichi. How dangerous is this tile? Not that dangerous. I don't quite know how to pilot this one. I have a feeling opening is probably okay here. I don't think we're really gonna draw nothing. But we hit either the 6 or the 4, I think we're in rather good shape. I want to pawn this. I'm pawning this. I want to push it.
ポンです。
Time. I was looking at other options there.
リーチです。
Oh, there's the Riichi. So I believe I have enough points in hand here that I continue playing. Well, so far I haven't had to make an actual decision, but I think there's enough points here to continue playing.
チ
Those tiles there? No. That could be bad. There was no indication there that that was safe. There it
Done.
is. Glad I pushed it.
タイヤをドラに。
And I get their stick. Well, that'd be saucy to go for that right away, but I'm not. Oh boy. It would have been quite nice to get the Riichi on that, but wow, I think he thinks it's safe. Can we just open? Yeah, let's open. I think it's a bit premature, but I'm just gonna open. Considering I already have two things that I think are gonna go. I won't be able to get very far ahead of this hand.
ポンです。
We're already in almost one away, two away, but like reasonable meld situation here. Does the inside help? No one's dumping honors. Uh-oh. Gonna get rid of it now. I guess I could have held that for the... I don't know why I did that. I'm wasting points.
ポンです。 ポンです。
I could improve the weight, but I think I'm gonna... Well, no, I did this wrong. Did I? This ends up kind of being a bait for what happened, I feel.
Long.
That was impossible to do anything about, so not even gonna worry about it. They stayed dealer though, I think they were dealer. But that's one of those like the book basically says there's no way to know the situation of that hand. I guess a little bit. You want your discards and stuff, but you're still... It's not a... I can't fold that. That's not being folded. What to do here? You're the one. Dragon leaving next. And dragon first, probably west after. East after. I have no reason to open that. Pinfu is just 4 sequences. 4 jump sequences. Chi time. We're opening on the Chi, so they're very much in the I'm dealer and I want to stay dealer mode. Seven 9 is pretty trash. So I keep drawing those valueless wins. This is definitely a Pinfu hand. 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 7, 7. 3, 4, 5 pair. We have 3 pairs. Not ideal, but they're kind of sheltered in a... Sheltered's the wrong word. That makes a thing. Oh, I can't really use this though. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So that's open. I have way too many things happening right now. I need to shut this down. This needs to go. Okay, goodbye, Pinfu. Hello, we need to end the hand. This. I guess we could have just tossed the 6. Tossing the 6 might be better. Although if we ever need to open our hand, it's written all over this that we're looking for circles. Tires, they look like hubcaps. We're looking for hubcaps.
Riichi desu.
I got what I wanted. Not a Pinfu hand, but there it is. I just don't think there was any way you were gonna get around that. I'll take 5,200. Sounds good to me. And this guy doesn't have a deal anymore. Wow. I don't need you. It's a hot hand. Not the Pinfu special. It wasn't garbage, though. It had a good weight that was hard to predict. But yeah, it's Riichi. The name of the game is Riichi Mahjong. You gotta play the game by the rules of the game. but I couldn't. I mean, if you're gonna go one away, right? 2. Just 2. The Riichi plus the you get. I think you just get one additional one for Riichi. Just going Riichi is 1 Han, right? Yeah. You're betting those 1,000 points. You better get your Han back. It was 3. I got like 4,000 or so points from the hand. Oh, no one's discarded this? Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm getting rid of it. I think it was 3 Han, 40 Fu. Something. Might have been 30 Fu. I got like 5,000 points. There was also a reach stick or something. What am I doing with that? I don't want to just keep a pair for the sake of keeping a pair. What appears cheap right now? I'm not even going out on things. This 8. Let me get this 8. I don't really want to have to open. Keep a pair, thank you. Yeah, I get rid of this. We just short the 7? No, the 7 and 8. 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. I mean, there's some hope here that this hand becomes quite large.
Chi.
Have to. I think that's the best decision, period. It's worth too many points to not be going for it. This is three identical runs. Would have hit the 7, but I think a lot of the 8s are gone, aren't they? Some of the 7s were already gone. But this hand is worth already 4 Han. 3 Han? 3 Han. It doesn't really have much expectation to get any bigger.
Ron.
There it is.
3色同順ドラドラ
Oh, that was the guy. This is the expert. What is happening in this? South first? Probably should have discarded north first, to be honest, because if this person pawns north, I just get another turn right away, which is kind of the best outcome, something like that. Well, I don't want to go open again, but at this point, it's kind of just shut the game down. I have a dealer stick. Just don't deal into people, we'll be okay. We'll all be okay. Double red.
Chi.
Bad situation. This 8 is probably the most wayward of the bunch. Just because there's a lot of its friends are gone, for sure. Wow, this guy's like, I don't want to be... I want out of this game. The eject button. There's 2. This guy's just cheating all the corners, so the stuff I already have, so they're not good anymore. Be open. Yeah.
Chi.
I think this is a fair enough shape, and I have a feeling East is going to come around at some point. If this guy is going this aggressive. Yeah. Just keep him from getting an expensive hand quickly, just by ending the game fast. I think someone's going to discard East. Plus holding the pair, and then just go forever. Now that's the win. Is 2 really Fullerton? Oh, for it's no Yaku, not Fullerton. Naturally, I draw West. There's also a chance I just draw it too. But I have a feeling I have a feeling they're just split. Change the weight. Uh-oh, that's bad. I didn't realize none of those have been discarded. Oh, someone decided to not open their hand on that. It's a really long wait. Same there. A little bit more danger territory here, but you have to fold, you have to fold. No one has discarded this yet. Yeah, let's just get rid of it. I just didn't feel that there's anything in the air here that suggests someone's playing that. All those are gone. This already passed. Someone chose to pass it. Pretty sure someone has East and we're just kind of not able to do anything here. No Riichi though, so what's it worth to me, right? No Riichi, I have a ready hand. Who had the East?
Tenpai
We got
desu.
them both. See, we were both tenpai for the same thing. 3 my points. Thank you. Give me another multiplier and let's play again. Oh my lord. Oh my lanta. Let's get rid of that first. Dragon can go. What's happening here? 3, 4, 5. Don't have another 4. This shape is a monster. We're probably just dumping East just to have more hits and other things. Just before it becomes a liability to hold on to. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we can get some other shapes out of this if we hit another 3. We actually won't expose the con in that situation. Because we have 1, 2, 3, a whole run of 3s, and if we had a 6, we can go pretty crazy here. It's not Pinfu anymore though because of this, but I'm not sure I care. This one actually does lifting here. Whoa. Whoa. Well, there's my con. I can't con that. I certainly don't need more Dora tiles in this game. We dump this.
Riichi desu.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know what they have, how quickly that happened. I deal them in, I deal them in. Someone passed that. Yeah, I'm pretty much in a fold scenario, I think. Just already was passed. They haven't discarded it, but it doesn't seem like anyone's holding it. Yeah, if this develops anymore, like, if I don't hit what I need to hit, we're pretty quickly out of here. It is a Dora, I'm well aware of that. There goes my 6. This also was already played on. I know they didn't discard it. What a hit, by the way. Like, that's pretty crazy. There it is. I was definitely folding once I didn't feel any of those things were playable. Honeyman. Okay. Fight amongst yourselves. I don't have to be dealer anymore. It's almost a reward here. It's the last hand. I'm so far clear. I could mop up some more points if I cared, but pretty much just get out of here with the win. Don't deal this guy in. This 9 is pretty wayward. 1 is incredibly wayward. Close 1 up. This guy's dumb. Double 9? You just cheat this right now. I think so. I think we just cheat it right now.
Cheat.
I don't like opening like that, but the primary thing we need to do is shut this game down before anyone builds a real hand. Or just win before that happens. Or places. Look at this. Actually, we had really good shape had we not. Oh, we wouldn't have all the tiles. Really can't use that tile anymore, so we're going to keep the other one just for. Just for checking out purposes. This 2 is not as good as the 2-3.
ポンです。リーチです。
Uh-oh. That's quick. We are not dealer. Be careful to not deal that in. I don't need that Dora, and I felt it was safer than the other tiles. No Yaku with that. Uh-oh.
Cheat.
I just figured it was behind this. I didn't think that they were gonna really, pretty much, Yogi. It'd be very difficult for someone else to... Person's already discarded that. If they go off, they go off.
ポンです。
Oh, cool, I get another turn.
ポンです。
Why am I fairy 10 on this? Must be a temporary fairy 10. Oh, thanks game. I clicked it, but it just lagged. Lagged really bad. Yeah, they need a heaping ton of points. They might get them now that I've screwed that up. I don't understand why that was fairy 10 though. But I must have discarded something at some point. It's not there. No one took it. She's out on 9s.
ポン
But
で
it was
す
on the 4, not the 1.
ロン
They had Ron on it.
リーチピンフ
Why was I scared? I guess they could have unveiled a tile, but they were fighting over scraps there. 1-4 is shared. What do you mean?
私の勝ちですね
Yep, I see the 1 in the first discard, but wasn't it? But I passed on the 1, not the 4. So it's not just passing on the specific tile, it's passing on the meld? I didn't know that was the rule. See, you learned something. Huh. One more match. How can you... Shanpan is the one that's too like if I'm waiting on a triplet and decide not to make the triplet. Same idea. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. So explain to me, is it only Furryton because I was open? If I wasn't open, it's still... I can still go out on it. Oh, right, the rule is... No. But it said the 4... No. Where is it? I'm confused. Shoutouts to this replay system, because it's amazing, except for a couple things. Alright, so we get here. I totally understand that I discarded the 1, so we get further into the game.
Long.
Oops. Back.
Reach. Pinfu.
Hang on. I need to actually see what the hell we're talking about here. Did the match end? No, I wanted to go back to the 1. Stupid thing. Okay. Does it show the weight? So I think we did it here, right? Alright, so here's the situation. So we've discarded the 1, I understand that. You're telling me that, sure. So what happens if I somehow discard... Well, I guess if I discard this shape and then draw it again, it's the Furryton we already understand. So this shape, 2-3, if I pass on the 1, it means I can't play the 4. I guess that makes that Sanju thing, the 147-258 thing more important. Or 369-258-147. More important than if I dropped the 3, right, which I'm pretty sure we dropped the 3 because I was like, well, this isn't dangerous. I can sumo, but I can't take the 4. So, okay. So next question. What if this hand was entirely closed? Am I allowed... I'm allowed to take it off of a Riichi because I have Yaku. I don't care about sumo. I
I understand that if you draw it, if you hand draw it, you can just play it. But if the hand was entirely closed and I Riichi'd, having, and say it was the same shape as the one we're looking to go out on, am I allowed to go out on the 1/4? Sure, I understand that. And it doesn't matter that I've already... Well, in that case, I've discarded it. Right, Riichi makes the Yaku. Yeah, but I'd still not be able to on Furryton the 1, but I'd still be able to play the 4. That's what I want to know, is if it was a fully closed hand, I can still go out on the 4, having discarded the 1. That's my question. Huh, I did not know that. Neat. So I have to remember... One more, and then I'm done. Anything that links to the discards. Whoa. Everybody's got a ringer here. I have to play first. Oh, they're an adept. Not worried about them. They're also an adept. Oh, they have a pretty. They might be pretty good. This person's about to leave adepthood. Wow, they're pretty good. This is probably the best player here, not considering me. Gross. This.
Boom.
Whoa. So we opened in dots, or hubcaps. Maybe we just call them hubcaps from now on. Steering wheels. There's a very outside chance for a very big hand here, so we're gonna continue playing for the very big hand. If we draw another 8, we can discard the 7 and 9 and have all green tiles. These people are supposed to be adept. Why are they all opening? A pawn and a pawn. And we're discarding mid things. Better shape than a 4. Since we're discarding 5s and 3s and we're going out of style, that 4 is pretty bad. Well, I don't really know what is happening right now. And we're just discarding Dora tiles. What is happening? I already had one like a couple days ago. Did we just open ourselves? I don't think so. I don't think there's a whole lot I can accomplish in here. Did we just raise the flag? There's some outside shots at things. Let's just dump the pair now. I don't think this pair is very good. We already have enough pairs in this already. And I just don't care. What's funny is bamboo's rather cheap. That's an openable, right? Doesn't matter. Oh boy. It's happening. The 6-7 is going to quickly become terrible as well. One of the 8s are already gone. Oh boy, that's a spicy meatball. Let's play the safe meatball first. Can someone discard south from me to make me feel okay? Very concerned about the south. Probably more so than I should be. Do this west.
ポンです。
I'm so smart. What is happening? People around me are just going nuts. I think this is safer to do now than later. They have all terminals.
Boom.
Great. Skips this guy's turn. South. Probably should have saved that for when someone... Well, they can't go Riichi, so I don't need to save it. This guy's probably gonna take that. Wow. What a draw. Well, I guess I was never getting that hand. Oh, everybody's turn.
つもごめんなさいね。
GG. Thank you. Nice seeing you. That's probably
なんとい
30,000
とい
points.
ドラさんドラ
12,000. Oh, I
羽間
thought they had 3 more. There's a Yakuman danger everywhere, man. I was dealer, better. But there wasn't a whole lot I could have done about any of that. This guy fed. I mean, these two, like everyone was feeding frenzy. This is a hand. Very real hand. Oh, well, we're gonna go to north just because might hit something in this shape. This 2 is quite wayward. You could have gone for the 2. Just told him, is that across? I didn't think he had it yet though, so had anything else dropped, yes, I would have stopped playing the game. But I didn't think what I was feeding him was gonna matter. Can I count this? No, I can't count this. I'm gonna keep it. Got 3 and 3. We're pretty much there. We're pretty much there. This is pretty much a Riichi hand.
Boom.
This guy just loves those terminals. Yeah.
リーチです。
I could have waited for a better weight, but having already discarded a 3, I think I can just hit it. We're looking for the 6. Yeah, I think given this situation and the fact that this is a, well, that's not how that works. But I discarded a 9.
ロン
There it is. Thanks for the points, Bucko.
リーチ
Oh man, didn't hit anything on the Dora. If any of those tiles showed up on the Dora, that would have been a stupid number of points. Oh well. Sometimes that's the way it goes. It could have been though, right? And that's just have 12k points. If this was a real, like, I'm still playing things until like we're up by like, I don't want this to be a draw, but if it's a draw, it's a draw. It's 2. I still think of it like the full Mahjong games with 8 hands. I was really jamming on that when we started playing on this. At some point I'll probably get bored of ranked play and just play, cheat this? No. I'll cheat this. We'll do this.
チ
Okay. But we were probably not hitting that too. Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think we gotta play to the situation. We're only a 2 away from something pretty good. Riichi then. Let's go. Come on, deal me and go.
ポンです。
I funny is it's already been discarded, so that's someone may believe that that's a safer tile, and we may be able to break our flush just to. The what? I don't know what those words mean. What does that mean? Oh boy. Well, see ya. What is Hanlaroto from Kanicha? Ones, nines, honors. Is that what the other guy you think had? What he's going for at a monster hand to start? Uh-oh.
Boom.
Yep, they went around it, yeah. Discard East, sounds great. Shin Road to...
Long.
There it is. Thank you.
春一通本一
Alright, this is last one. Someone does have to hit the minimum score. I'm gonna discard this first. These. Wow. Alright, get me out of East as well in case they have more. That's why we chose to discard the green though, just in case someone pawned it. Get it out of us feeding someone points. Because we'd have to lose quite a bit on this hand. We can look after the game. Or just open. Probably not making enough points if we open. Maybe just open. Am I playing with bots? Why does everyone hit the emo button whenever someone takes a moment to think? Or just lags? Yeah, and I don't think... We don't have any foo besides the minimum, so we're not really gonna. Right, if we had a Dora, yeah, then I would be. And we don't even have really a decent chances for having a Dora. That's getting. I don't know why you discarded that. Don't go Riichi. Well, no one is ever eating that. 4K. That is not enough. So we continue playing until... Oh, well, he's also dealer. Oh, now I understand what they're doing. Yeah, they wanted to win as quickly as they could. That's not enough. ruins my shape if I open on that. I don't really ruin it. If I had a hand worth 5k, I'd open. Or even 3k, to be honest. That sucks. So this is a really nice situation. Well, we can just hold this as a pair. Yeah, right. As long as we had enough points, if we're playing purely to just end the game and win, right? You have this situation where you can try to make your weight better if you have a hand that's a dama. The book calls it dama, but you still need enough points to get there, and Riichi could give you enough points to do it. What is happening here? I don't think I need this 7, do I? I could hit an identical straight. I don't think this weight is as good as the other, though. There's that. So this is already 6, 7, 8. So we need like a 6 or something. This 2 is kind of languishing about. North is...
Boom!
Wow. 3 is gone, so this 2 is probably weak sauce now. Oh dear.
Riichi です。
Need the points to get there because I don't have the
妻
well, never doing anything.
ペドラ
Doesn't have enough to end the game though. Also didn't. Oh, no longer in the lead. Oh, I lost my 1,000. Now I'm dealer though. I think it was a decent sumo though. That wasn't that we that was enough to win the game if we hit it.
Boom!
I'm surprised how hard these guys are calling. It's out of my hand now. Yeah, we already have 3 Han. 3 Han may not be enough to win though. If we manage to draw the dragons concealed, I think that's enough food to win. No, that's
ポンです。
Oh right, I'm dealer. That is a very big consideration I wasn't considering. I don't even know the points. That feels about right. Dumping these bamboos. We hit anything that relates to our hand. particularly in this. Oh, I have to go for it.
ポンです。
What did I miss?
ロン
Over. Thanks to your Riichi
Sha.
stick. I think I needed the Riichi stick. Oh no, wait. This guy got it. Why did it? Oh, never mind. Thought the graphic came from somewhere else. I tossed sevens. I can't read it that fast.
九死九敗
You son of a bitch. Okay, sorry, I just didn't see it. Wait. Might have north. I don't know, I don't remember the hand. On.
ポンです。
Six is kind of bad. This is just kind of done. I'm just kind of done with it for there. Of course.
ロン、
Wow. Nothing could have been done about that.
チュン、ドラ。
The win. Nope. It's fallen down, but there's no way to know that he was that close. Having some rotten luck. People are getting quick hands. Grab east. Alright, I've had enough of this. I like how we slipped from the lead down to nothing. Just quick hands and just bad luck. The best hand we had 9 terminals. We have enough door to open here. I think we have to open.
Chi.
Sorry, I saw it too late.
ポン
Oh, I'm too tired. I wasn't even seeing that. You're absolutely right. We should not have done that. Yeah, we were in much better shape to not do that. Alright. Yep, I know. Alright.
Chi.
I'm not sure this, I mean, given where this hand is currently at. Was I even making my chain? 2 and the 4? Yeah, the 2 and the 4 would have been the way to go. Chi that. Also, the fact that I've now passed it sucks. On the 5s? Sure.
ポンです。
What a mess. Uh-oh. Whoa. That's a big tile. Whoever has that now, whoever has whatever win that goes with, correct, was it the Green Dragons? Green Dragons in play? Oh, I have to discard it? Right. I didn't realize I was linked to the discard. 3010, whatever.
本です。
3010, because I'm sure we auto-passed on something. Oh, we just have to get a different shape. Somehow, despite that disaster, we're not as... well, probably like one meld behind. I don't know, it's a disaster.
ロン
We were never winning.
タイヤをドラ
Bummer League. And this is why I don't like the ranking system, because basically nothing happened. And you're gonna lose way too many
私の
points
勝ち
for
ですね。
barely being behind anything. Should be. But I guess that, well, no, if you get wrecked, you still lose a bazillion points too. With that terrible... Oh, we were gonna look at what that one guy's hand was. How do I get there? Pause. Let's see what that one guy's hand was. I shouldn't have clicked that. It's just, you're thinking about so many things at the same time. But I can be happy that we basically led that whole game, and just the way the scoring worked out at the end of the game, it just dragged out way longer than it should have. This, what hand was this? The first hand of the game. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that there's a lot of people upset with the way that it's scored in Tenhou, which is what this game took it from. It's just one recognized method of scoring it. So we were looking to see what they had. So their starting hand looks like they had a 3, a 5, a 6. Terminal, 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 terminal. They already started with a trip and a 3 and a 5. So let's see their first few draws. So when the tiles highlight red or something, does that mean they're special? They can't be played or something? They can't go out on them? Alright, so they discarded a few things. They didn't look like they gained any more terminals. I wonder about how I can do this step. Alright, so they melded the 1s here. Discarded the 5. Doesn't appear that they gained any. Someone can win on, thank you. Doesn't look like they gained anything here. What do the grayed out ones mean? Doesn't look like they gained any more here. I was looking at anything there. No, right here they already are holding a 2 to 4 meld. I don't know if that means I don't know where this. So this is the stuff I passed on, or I don't know. So they melded that. So we still have the. We're looking for some kind of meld here, and they went. So they went out with all of this, and then they're sitting on this. So I don't know. I think that means that they did not.
ごめんなさいね。
And they really weren't close to that.
なんトイトイドラさんドラ。ハネマン。
Go back to the game. For danger tiles. Oh, they win for other people. Okay. Right, so like my situation was I couldn't take those tiles anyways. Yeah. Well, I mean, if he had one more meld, we're talking. Alright, one more, and then I'm done. sometimes you just don't draw anything. That's just it. You just lose. Make a couple errors, but I'm not sure. Even if we, because that one that we actually had the winning hand, they just no one discarded it anyways if we played it right. Wow, you're good with those words that are just. This definitely has to be the last hand. It is way too late. Oh, adept. I guess I could just look at the opening thing to see what their ranks are. Is there any kind of weird honors thing here? Not really. We are North Star, so I'm probably just discarding this Green Dragon first. That was never happening. Wow. Sal. I mean, you play it a lot. I understand that, but like it's like walking into Spanish class. It's talking entirely in Spanish when someone doesn't stay one. East is probably not happening either. It'll come. So that'll just come to. What am I even discarding here? It's all garbage. What story do I want to tell? I can actually open, extend the hand. I'm not happy with that. I don't know if Yogi is still around, but if they're playing, we should have a hand here. There we go. Unfortunately, I can't reach it, but it is a hand that does actually have a good deal of sure. I think I'm in a position where that's actually useful. Wow. Hold time. Healing into them is worse than I don't really have a crazy amount of save tiles anyways. Just discard the 7. Discarding Dora. Oh, they're Riichi, doesn't matter. Yikes. Bad. Yep. Garbage. I knew to. I'm just kind of playing for fun, so gotta test the waters sometimes and see how that all works. If I was actually playing for realsies, that was instant 1,000 million bazillion fold. We're kind of in a bad position there, but I'm sure I could have found a better tile. But any other tile was pretty much giving up winning. It's okay. out of bamboo. And they're like, shut the game down. One's pretty bad. One's very bad. It's possible we draw the 3 here. Suppose this is just being junk. Is that Riichi?
リーチです。
Anything else I could have waited on? Nah, I got 2 Thora. Thank you. Give me that. Point. Give me those points back. In fact, give me like 3 points.
ドラドラ
More than nothing. Gets me halfway back. Oh, they were dealer. The only reason, well, they had a little bit more points on the hand, but the only reason that worked out kind of better for them was they were dealer on that. Oh, no, they still lost on dealer anyways. Never mind. Never mind. Where's north?
Pong.
Loose. 8 gone. This is probably. Just gonna dump this. This 9 is this is a bit of a problem, but there's a Pinfu hand in here somewhere. No, not really. No, it's all junk. With so many of the 7, 8, 9 stuff gone, I'm just gonna dump it now. Any reason to pawn that? I'm gonna stay tighter here. I'll probably play more tomorrow. I'm sure Yogi or someone will be playing it tomorrow as well. I don't really want to hold this 9. So I'm just gonna pass all this stuff. It's 9. This 5 isn't very good either. Look at the 1. That's actually, wow. Okay. Now we're playing. Just keeps drawing the same tile. Keep on drawing the same tile. Just gotta solve this problem over here in Riichi. Is this 7, 8, 9? I'm just gonna keep drawing like next to the stuff I've already discarded. Characters are very, very expensive right now. That is a better shape. This isn't helping me. Concern. Discard it out.
Come.
So normally, so right around now, I'd pretty much be in fold mode. In fold mode, yeah, fold mode's maybe we're not in fold mode anymore. Not south. So. Oh, there's a 4. If we were in a better position, that would have been great. Can I open this? I can't open this. So I open it? I don't think there's a play here where this works, does it? I want to know what this looks like. I don't think this is good. Because there's no Yaku, right? How is there no Yaku? Is that no good unless Twin Sequences is only closed? Yep, I made a mistake there. Although I don't think, while I'm watching, no one's discarded the tile. This is Fold City. There's nothing to do here. There might have been a way to stay in. No, there wasn't. Whatever.
No,
I was losing points. I was definitely holding tiles that they could have won on. Just bad hands, man. Decent start here. Can we actually check these people? Probably deal with them a lot. It looks like these people just go for big hands and lose a lot. Which I can't really do that. It's part of my own win. Feels bad, man. Yeah, I guess these people, it says their defense is quite high, but their dealing rate is stupidly high.
Pong.
Reach Pinfu. Right? We don't really have Pinfu, but we have other things. The fact that I have meld, pair. There's something happening here. Yeah, not really. Geometry's better. At least it's worth something more than nothing, you know? I don't know if you saw the first hand, but I pretty much said I'm kind of just doing this for the sake of just testing, you know. If it was a real money game, I would have not dealt that tile with them.
Pong.
Do I open on this? Eights and stuff are gone, so we'll dunk that. Tile is feeling, well, yes, red 5 is feeling pretty bad. Garbage hand is up. Garbage. 5 is going to potentially be more useful than this 9-8 business. Yes, I'm going to 7, but... That's a pretty good hit. Disaster. Or a tile. Oh, come on, man. It's gonna be like this.
Riichi.
Goodness. Oh boy. I think this is a bad
リーチ
idea.
です。
Maybe it wasn't. Naturally, I draw. Well, it's not
ロ
playable.
ン
There it is. Nice.
リーチチュンドラドラ
Back in the game,
Manga.
man. Thank you. Out of the basement. Out of the basement. It's also the stupid all last business. Let's put it north. See if I didn't do the thing that I said at the first hand, we'd be winning. By a lot. We'd be in the 60k. If they're 30 points. We don't have a way to deal with that tile. Of course. I was like, why am I discarding that? 6-7, that would have been nice. Especially if 6-7s here. Yeah, let's get rid of this before people get big ideas. So if this guy wins the hand, it's over. In fact, if either of these people win the hand, it's over. Wow, we would have actually hit it pretty hard. Oh well, we got 7-8 now. Maybe something could come of that. Knowing my luck, it's drawing more pairs. Someone's got that. Someone holding the old East pair. Might have to pump the pace here a little bit. We cheat this. Keep what exactly? Cheating that leaves me this like 5, 7. Oh, where's that? Dumb. Maybe we play one more. Yogi, are you gonna play? No. I got one more in me. Yeah, but I mean, we couldn't even make an El Cheapo hand fast enough to beat that. Now when they're drawing that like that. Alright, I'll play one more. Let's figure out how to give you a host. How's this sound? If you're gonna start within the hour, I'll play till you're ready. But it's gonna be more than an hour, I'll just play another round. And that'll be it. And playing a while, I'm getting my focus is a little bit falling off. But it's still fun. Just sometimes when I play, I just try to focus on certain aspects of the game. So like sometimes I'm really focusing on hand stuff. Sometimes I'm really focusing more on discard stuff, and I'm just kind of hoping the collaboration of the stuff eventually comes together. I'm dealing with too many people in lately. It's not 30%, 16% difference between win. Like I'm basically screwing around, and we're still like 16% difference between win and deal in. No, we're not really in business. I am north. Let's get rid of east. But thanks for letting me know. And sometimes you just don't draw the tiles too, right? Like, I think that's where defense really takes its hold, and it's ooh, 9 is the most wayward tile I have.
G.
Man, okay. Yeah, I'm out of that. Is she on a 6, isn't it? Looks like a 6. Discarded west. Yeah, so that Sanyo or whatever the, like if somebody discards an 8, that's why 5 is safe when they likely are waiting on a 6-7. I've discarded east and those passed. I don't think they're waiting on a 1. Next to the Riichi tile. They've already discarded this. We can just dump this and just keep our 6, 7, 8. Playing for realsies, we're pretty much just in full fold mode here. Trying to protect some kind of hand, but there's really nothing here to protect that's valuable or worth risking losing points on. Opening here is pointless. There it is. Wow, what a hand. Tile. Well, they're winning. Somehow we're second because we just played defensively. No, you know, it's sort of like the complaint. It's not a complaint, but it's sort of like in Magic the Gathering when you just have what's known as like no interaction, right? Like if your deck just doesn't have any cards that interact with your cards that run you over, and you just, you know, you can't win fast enough or interact with their hand. You just lose. I am west, so we'll keep west. This red dragon is probably leaving us to
Riichi.
pretty awful. Wow. This person's. I guess when you buy this avatar, you get ready hands immediately. I doubt they're waiting on west. You know, when we got dealt the hand, we were actually, I think, one terminal short of the draw hand. You're funny game. Not even messing with that.
Tsumo.
Wow. Just not even playing.
Riichi. Tsumo. Dora. Dora. Dora.
I mean,
Mangan.
if you told me the whole thing was being paid off, I'd believe you. At this point, now they have a second deal too. What is this person's? Oh, this person's win rate was terrible. Oh, they were the best person at the table besides of the three people we're playing with. On the East. I had tacos earlier. Very good. Any reason to pawn that? One is bad, just get rid of it. I already passed the G for it. Person's having quite the hand. They're 27,000 on everybody else. And I'm up a minor hand on the other two, just by the fact that I didn't deal anyone in, or was never a dealer or Riichi. Sideline third time. Down to 7. This is more disconnected. Pawn. No pawn. Kind of just spinning our wheels here. We're not really making progress on this hand. At the 1 again. Well, we have a meld now, so let's just dump the other tiles. This is set. This 1 and 2 probably could have gone. The 1s, I mean. This 8 is incredibly wayward though, and these 6s. These 6s actually make this very bad. Almost worse than the 1s. this.
感します。
We're actually surprisingly close to a ready hand. I was hoping to hit a Dora, but several of them are in play. Discarded already. Everyone's like, oh my god, he was holding on to 1, 2, 3 the whole time. Pawn on it? I guess you could. High level play. What's his name? Dapper said people will pass the first one, and I'm like, well, the other one could just be buried. Like, that's 3 Dora. That's a lot. Just say, see ya. Dangerous discard.
Riichi.
Nope. The Dora tile was a 7 of hubcaps. And this passed, so. Still 1 away. Person's just gonna take everyone's money. Sort of in a position where we're basically folding here. If we get the fairy thin, that's okay. Two of them gone already. I doubt that that's their. This is unwinnable, man. What are you supposed to do when you just get better hands off the top? And I did not give them more Dora. It's not possible. Let's see if we can draw a couple more of these. Alright, that's something. Can't feel too bad though. I mean, I basically not been able to play. I've dealt into no one. But probably the best hand I was gonna get. Just nothing on. Stuck at 1 away the whole time. Just fold. Didn't even have a hand that was worth opening. Or even to shut them down. I never would have gotten there. One, two is just bad. One's bad. If we hit the dragons, we probably open. Yeah.
ポンです。
I'm just gonna G anything down, any points. I don't think I'm gonna see the lower numbers here. That pause tells me someone had a pawn or a chi on that. Wow. Figures my luck. Was the second east? It was not the second east tile. We were 1 away. He shut Shenton. Good. This is about as fast as we were going to get this hand close to ready, so... Bad tile. 7. Whoa. Where's the con that? Discard the 7. It's probably a bit out there. I'm either hoping to hit the G. Person has been discarding a lot of bamboo, so I'm hopeful that they'll just discard it. Does that run better? No. Technically it was, actually. Gave me another discard. Yeah, I should have kept that. 4. She is not any good. Fairy 10. Probably passed it. Yeah, we already discarded the 2. Not the 3, I guess. This could be a run, though. Yeah. Figured they were on it. Yeah, the 1-2s were gone. Well. At least I knew, so like, I'm just playing it out to see it. Should be in bronze. I should be just playing in bronze or something. Maybe these people are a little bit better. I guess what you're hitting is the people that allegedly are experts. I'm just going for it. What is Shanta? Just gonna open on that. I was gonna go for pawns of all the. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Nobody's discarded any terminals until now, so they knew what I was doing. They knew my plan. Never tried like stuff like this. So I don't know how it goes.
G.
Life is pretty destroyed. There's another one. What do I need? All quads. Well, I already have a value on her, so I can just go out over I want now. Man, we would have hit one of them. Oh dear.
Riichi
Uh-oh. Basically never got to play.
単用ドラ
It's just a aggressively losing points to these people. This person is sumoed twice, and this person is sumoed once with monster hands. So I'm dealer now, so I guess we need to win as many hands as we can on dealer. Stump this green dragon. This is ready already. Not pin food. Maybe Riichi here pretty quickly. The 7, I think I would have stayed on it. Oh, passing this is... Oh, one of these can be the pair. It's okay. 3's gone yet? No. So it look like people are holding 3s, potentially. No, 3's are not good food. I'm just looking to maintain deal at this point. Well, I suppose you could do that too. I could just open and just try to shut the hand down. Valueless pair. Just open. Feel I'm taking too long to get to Riichi. I thought these were valueless, but that's okay. Do something like that. Probably the fastest way I could get to a ready hand. Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna discard the 5. 5 of the hubcaps. If I have any hope of like coming back, I need to at least maintain the deal. There it is. Maybe we'll draw a better hand. A little bit better of a hand. Dump north first, because if this person pawns it, that's awesome for us. Who's gonna return? These two alone don't. 7 gone already. This is definitely a Riichi situation. Reach. Oh, this white dragon. How ready is this hand? This hand is ready if I open it. Not a good weight. Whoops. I can't count, man. Might have been looking at this. Alright. I wish you got like one timeout. like, Riichi, Riichi, and then, oh yeah, we can't do that because of the 9. Of course. Like I said, it's a little bit late. Thinking about one thing and then flipping it, and I'm like, oh no, we gotta make sure we still have a Yaku for it. Can't just be fully concealed. There's still something here though. There's still 2 Han in it. Plus a small little bonus. Oh, we were never winning. I will get Riichi done. Would we have been able to Riichi? No. Not happening. I'll switch this up in the event I need to find a pair. There we go. No reason to. Besides the one hand I dealt them in, every single hand they sumoed. Talk about luck score. Last place, but even if I was more awake, we only would have had 15,000 at the end of that. Just absolutely nothing. One more. And we need not end on that. I should just play the full south. Yep. Yeah, I guess I should have just played in a bronze room just because I'm not awake enough to, you know. I shouldn't be testing things in a room like this. Like this. Probably not getting these either. Best thought is a pair. This is something. Really minus 2,000 copper, right? Because there's a entry fee. I could just play in the tournament lobby and just not care. Well, I don't know, they played about as serious as what was happening in that prior game. That was a high-level game. Higher level game. This 1-2 is garbage. It needs to go away. But yeah, we need a 3 and a 9 to make the flush. I think I'd rather just get Riichi faster. There's so much shiny stuff that's been discarded. There's all the other 5s. And those are, this one's not a red.
Riichi です。
Not much left of what we need. But given the discards, there's a good chance that someone thinks that discard is safe. Basically, all we discarded was terminals and honors. The person on our left discarded a 6 and a 9. The person across from us discarded a 6. There's a high chance, actually everybody has discarded a 6 and a 9, more or less. So there's a good chance that someone may, even though there aren't many copies of said tiles.
感します。
Oh boy. I don't think that changes anything. Someone has 1s. I think we have a fat enough hand that we don't have enough runs. And I think we have a good enough hand that this is fine. If we lose, we lose. There wasn't much opportunity to shape it else.
Done.
There it is. It's probably like 4. I'm not even counting. It's 4 and 40
ピン
on.
フ、タイヤをドラドラ。
Oh, it's even bigger than I thought. It's 5 on. It's
Manga.
my gun. See? Just get in a new game, forget that you're playing badly, and just focus on not sucking. Get it all back. I'm just dumping the East Wind here unless I draw it. Yes, if you don't, I mean, I know you know what Pinfu is, but like, yes. Yes. Take the 1 this time. I'd almost be happier drawing this pair than drawing like something else. Okay, the West can go now. Certainly not cheating that very much. And holding this 8-9 for the 7's sake is garbage, whereas this 1-3 to 5 is slightly higher value than while the 4s is gone.
リーチ
Weird voice. These 8s are toast. So I don't want to deal into this person. We're pretty much, well, we're not on the exact fold strategy, but we're pretty darn close to folding. We don't have a whole lot of information as to what's going on here. A little bit. 6, 7, 8 was over here. I don't think they're waiting on a terminal.
ツモ
What were you supposed to do?
リ
Symbols?
ーチツモドラ
Oh, they hit a door. Nice. Whatever. It's okay. Thanks for dealing me in, buddy. It's a very spicy hand. Let's see what we draw. This dragon's probably gone. If we hit any of these other runs, we're in very good shape. One thing I do really like about this game, even though it takes a little, like, Tenhou has a really short clock. Whereas this, I think, has a more reasonable clock. But I just like that the pace. Like, I played this on like Yahoo and stuff
Riichi!
like, way back in the day. Wow, nice job.
ポンです。
So we're ponging the reach tile. And are we just in a fold scenario? Well, the south went around, so the south first. But I need more information before I feel okay about this. Discard the 4. I know it's not amazing, but I just don't want to feed this guy. This hand appears to be going. The most likely thing to have happen is they get fed. We'll just try to build as cautiously as we can here. I don't need this tile. I don't need this tile either. Those already went. A little bit worried about discarding this tile. One of those went. A few more safe discards if we need them. That actually helps us. That actually gets us close to something. I'll be playing a little bit fuzzy-headed here. Or just dunk something like this. Dragon's good. Well, if you've been playing as long as I have, it's yeah. Well, one went around and get rid of the one. There's something.
感します。
What is this person doing? Greens? I just don't think they're waiting on this tile. I'm going to assume no one's waiting on this tile. I could use that tile. We're at the point that I'd probably open the hand. We're not even at a ready hand. I'm upset, but we're discarding this. I can't even get a ready hand out of this, so just get out of the hand.
あ、それポン。
Making me discard again.
脳天だわ。
We were holding it, right? I wish I could see what my hand was when it does this. I'd rather pay out 1,500 and deal again than Oh my god. That just happened, right? What just happened?
Double Riichi.
What just happened? Now, could I have gone for the full flush? Yes. But what is anyone to be doing? I think this is a really good Riichi tile. Oh no, they're spamming the emotes. This is also Pinku. So it's already worth enough points that Although I will say there was a substantial amount of points that could have been made by keeping that open. In fact, I probably should have kept this. This is actually a hand that Dapper would probably say you should have opened it. You should have opened it. Not that you know that anyone's gonna. No one's discarded it. No one's discarded 9 of bamboo. There it is. You're never getting there, so. So we could have had a 5 Han hand. It was 5 Han versus 3 Han. So I think I made the right decision to Riichi. I guess just a little bit of a second win, I'm playing a little bit better. But I also didn't get sumoed 4 times, so.
Riichi です。
Hey, you can't beat my turn 1 Riichi, dude.
あ、それポン。
I think of what I don't want to deal with them. The emote spam can stop. Just gonna discard around another player. Holding 2 east, so I'm just gonna assume that. So we're playing here to basically win. When I say basically win, I mean by that, I don't want to deal into this person. I also I don't think they're waiting on a 5. It just seems they're waiting on a very random tile. 5 was no good, how about a 6? So what do we actually have here? A whole lot of nothing. Dapper would say this is 1,000 million% full. You would need 1, 4, and 7. Oh, we've broken this person's will. Oh, never mind. Uh-oh, did we deal him in? Nope. That it? A reasonable tile. Let's just discard the reach tile. Don't need this garbage. No. 9 is probably going next. We're actually quite close to being able to do something here. Uh-oh.
ロン、
Wow, that was a
リーチ、ドラ、ドラ。
little bit of a luck out there. All of a sudden, we're not winning. Yeah, I should have played safer.
私の勝ちですね。
Do I dare play one more? Yeah, sure. Need to tighten up more, a little bit better. Playing way too late. This is such a bad idea. Not playing well. Dealing into people as I say what not to play. I wonder what. Besides that one hand though, rotten hands again. It's a good shape.
G. Pon.
I don't have enough points to open. I do. Nah. Well, now we have 2 sets of identical runs. And our pair. Goodness. Hard to know how close this person is. Cheater. If we hit one more pair, we're in sumo as well. What are these doing? This 2 is very far gone. This is 8. Whoa. Spicy. Would you reveal 3 of characters, of course? Uh-oh. Someone's like, I need this right now.
Ron.
Wow.
Dora-san.
What moron decided to con that? It's just mad. I don't have the 7. If I had the 7, I'd do it. If I had the 7 or the 9, I would have called that. Shut up. This is definitely the last round. Oh man, it would have happened too. Somewhat problematic that we've now passed several things in this suit, and I forget how that rule works right now. Too many pairs. Six, 7, 8, 8, 3, 4. This pair's worst. We hit that. I don't think they have it. They can have it. I don't care about that. This is person's stuff. Say. Okay. So I don't feel bad because we never saw the 9. Jeepers. possibly just draw the 9 at this point. But now we don't need... Just drawing the cards. A lot of open pairs to start. My own wind. Ponging these? Yeah, we are. It's enough points. This. Why is this person cheating, man? It's very restrictive. We should probably open the earliest convenience. Let's go with that. Okay, that's good. It's a pretty solid hand here. Discard it now than later. We're probably at the point that we call everything. Could not have actually played that any faster. So we're now on the deal. We need to win hands. That's not going to win us hands. Soda Cookie. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're wrapping up after this round, but Yogi the Monk will be playing more Mahjong for your beautiful pleasure. Exclamation points. Triple question marks. Do the 3 away just because there's already a 4 missing. Okay, get rid of this. But we'll probably play some more tomorrow. And Yogi, Biba, several of us, Overswarm. Play this. Let's get rid of. What am I getting rid of here? 7s are bad. Let's just dump this Dora tile. Or any of this gets crazier. Someone is considering opening on that. Oh, it's actually double Dora. I should hit a different graphic. I'll wait on that. Wow.
Riichi desu.
Reach tile. There you go.
Ron.
Thank you. Let me get back in this.
Riichi 一発。
This 9 is is probably most wayward. Getting out of the dumpster. I'm just gonna call this east if someone lets me. If this east drops, I'm playing it. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, I mean, the problem is this weight's pretty terrible. Oh, there's my pawn. Weight is pretty terrible, but I think we're just gonna call anything we need to just to win the hand. Oh yeah, we can just cheat. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. This is our pair, but we could hit either of the side cards. They don't know exist. None of them have been discarded. They're really playing around me.
Chi.
2-3 on hand, I'm cool with that.
Ron.
Thank you.
Ton. Dabuton. Dora.
See, that's, you call that. If it's more than 5,200, you call it. One is pretty bad, the south is pretty bad. We'll do the south. I don't like to because this guy could just pong it. Well, we got out of the dumpster. This. Can't cheat it because we don't have a Yaku for it. If I had Yaku, I'd call it immediately.
Huh?
This tile's two is doing nothing for me. Get out of my hand. Actually, well, that might have been a bad idea. We actually had the full straight. We could have just played forward. It's alright. We have a lot of hits in various things. We just have to hit something. Okay, all the 8s are gone now, dude. All these weights suck. We know this 9 is isolated. You'd have to be willing to play the 9s. Okay. Played the north immediately just because if it goes left, that's fine with me. Come on, we're passing nothing. So we get another north tile. How many actual melts do we have? We just have the one. 6, 7. Really can't call 5, 6, 7 though. This might be the end of the comeback. I guess if we just played all simples, maybe that was okay. But we're not actually gaining meld by grabbing that. That's the issue. We're not actually gaining meld. In this case, we are, so we're gonna take it.
Chi.
Wow, they've got a whole bunch. On 5, 6, 7, I'll Chi it.
Chi.
Running out of time. So we just need one more meld from our opens, and I hope that there's actually tiles left for it. Pawn here, and this one's a little bit scary over here. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That's okay.
Riichi
Uh-oh. We're on 2,700 points. I just don't want to pay them out. Not possible.
Jinsu, Doraneko.
Hello, everyone.
Hanenyan.
We go to third on nothing. I don't think we lose money though. How are we losing money? This is dumb. I should not. I didn't actually net lose points on the match. I shouldn't be losing anything. But ultimately, I really don't lose anything. All right. Unfortunately, that's got to be it. I can't help the fact that people sumo massive hands. That's a serious luck factor. But I called out all the times we were going to deal someone in, so can't necessarily be unhappy. We gotta work on getting more Riichis, but I mean, we first place 3 times in a row, and then just kind of did this floating business. But some of these were just straight out stolen from us by poor luck, I think. Alright. Have a good night, everybody. Yogi starts soon. See Yogi in a little bit. I'm going to host him prematurely.
今日も頑張っ
But,
て 私を
thanks for
倒し
watching.
なさい
This is the
ね
big host over Swarm. Thanks for hanging out, Biba, Yogi, Swift Cookie. See ya.